95 degrees, but it feels like 107 here at historic Hicks Field for the hottest night of the year. And the Steamers are hoping it's a sign of things to come as they look to heat up after a big win last night at Lakewood Park, 15-1 over the Suffolk Voyagers. The Clams will battle with the Norfolk Redbirds for the third time this season, with the team splitting through two and the road team winning each time. The Steamers sit at 7-4 and 4-4 in PCL play, and the Redbirds are 2-3 overall and in Premier Collegiate League play. These teams played here just a few days ago on Tuesday the 14th, with the Norfolk Redbirds shutting out the Steamers 4-0. With the big storyline tonight, the Redbirds playing with just 10 players. So we will see what head coach Chris Dodolo will have to do to manufacture some runs, some defense, and especially some pitching out of that lineup. Going to have to rely on a lot of guys that are going to have to play as two-way players tonight. For the Steamers, they'll be with Michael Allen out on the mound. It's his second start of the summer. He last pitched in Wake Forest, where he went 4 innings, allowed just 1 run. It was his first start of the season. He struck out 5. He was a big part of a Steamers 3-2 win over the Fungo. The Steamers are 4-4 in Premier Collegiate League play, but they're also even here at historic Hicks Field, 3-3 at home, despite being 4-1 on the road. The Steamers, with one of the biggest crowds of the season, going to try and get back to winning form after losing a pair here at historic Hicks Field on Tuesday and Wednesday. We're just about ready to go here in the top of the first inning as Allen gets the last of his warm-up pitches in. The Redbirds were in action last night as well. They took on the Virginia Beach Sea Dogs in what was a 7-inning game, thanks to a lot of field maintenance that took place before the game, and they ended up blowing a 3-run lead in the final inning to let the Sea Dogs win. So you know the Redbirds are looking to get back on the winning track. Leading things off for the Redbirds will be Aiden Feather over at third base tonight for Norfolk. Allen takes a long stare in, and the first pitch of the night, taken a bit outside for a ball, 1-0. Feathers out of Chowan University. He didn't have a hit the last time these two teams matched up. He was 0 for 3 and struck out once. Second pitch down and away for a ball, 2-0. For Allen, it's his 4th appearance overall, as mentioned, his second start. He hasn't allowed a run, an earned run, in 9 innings so far this season. The 2-0. Taken again outside, 3 straight balls from Allen, and the count's 3-0 to Feather. Feather 4 for 15 so far through 5 games this season, a pair of extra base hits, a pair of runs batted in. Trying to lead this game off. Put a man aboard for the Redbirds. That one's outside, ball 4. A 4-pitch walk for Aiden Feather to begin the night here at historic Hicks Field. A team that's down a lot of players, they're going to have to figure out different ways to manufacture runs. And a leadoff walk never hurt anyone as Brady Kenter will come to the plate. Kenter out in center field tonight for the Redbirds. Lefty stands in against Allen. His first pitch. Comes across for a called strike, his first strike of the night. We'll see if that can settle Michael Allen in. He had only walked 2 batters through his first 9 innings this season. That walk to Feather was just the 3rd one. Here's the 0-1. On the outside corner for a called strike, 0-2. Feather dancing out there at first. Faked like he was taken off and held back. Steamers did a better job holding runners on a night ago. after allowing 6 stolen bases against the Tarboro River Bandits. The 0-2 pitch. In the dirt at the feet of Kenter for a ball. 1-2 the count. Brady Kenter, he's only got 2 at-bats this season. He's 0 for 2. Struck out once. Did not play the last 2 times these teams met up. It's behind in the count. 1-2. The pitch. Swung on, fouled off of Jeremiah Boyd. We'll do it again at 1-2. Michael Allen struck out 14 through 9 innings so far this summer. He's 1 strike away from another. The 1-2 pitch. In the dirt. Good eye from Kenter. Count evens up at 2-2. Kenner out of Bryan and Stratton College. He'll head there this upcoming season. Graduated from Frank W. Cox High School this past spring. The 2-2 pitch. Runners off and going. Pitch is a bit high. Throw down to second is in time. Jeremiah Boyd guns down Aiden Feather for the first out here of the inning. A big play from Jeremiah Boyd, as now the bases are empty and a full count on Kenter. Allen's 3-2. Swung on, grounded to left side, through the hole for a base hit. And once again, the Redbirds will have a runner at first and just 1 out here in the opening inning. Zach Zarnowski now up to the plate for the Redbirds. He'll be catching tonight for Norfolk. That pitch is taken. It got under Jeremiah Boyd's glove, and Kenter will waltz his way to second, and a runner in scoring position now with just 1 out for the Redbirds. Allen stares in behind the count. 1-0. Pitch. Taken on the inside corner for a called strike. 1-1 to Zarnowski. Zarnowski hitting .333 this season, just 9 at bats. Struck out a couple of times. Did not play when these teams last matched up. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Outside for a ball. Boyd keeps that one. 2-1 the count. Aiden Feather led off this inning with a walk. He was gunned down trying to steal second by Jeremiah Boyd, and Brady Kenter then followed him up with a single. He's now down at second after a pass ball. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Nearly offered at it. They check down at second, say no swing. Count moves to 3-1 to Zarnowski. Last game he played in, he went 0 for 2, so Zarnowski's gone a couple of games without a hit. 3-1 pitch in the dirt, ball 4. It's the second walk of the inning for the Redbirds as Zarnowski is aboard. Michael Allen still trying to lock in here in the first. A pair of walks and a single, as Justin Lakos will come up to the plate. Lakos at shortstop tonight for the Redbirds. He's got 2 aboard with just 1 out. Pitch. Swung on, chopped foul, third base side. 0-1 the count. Lakos just 2 for 16 through 5 games this season. Last time these teams matched up here at historic Hicks Field, he struggled 0 for 4, struck out a pair of times. Allen hoping that trend continues tonight. That one's inside for a ball, 1-1. That Jeremiah Boyd throw down to second, a pick off Aiden Feather. Stealing is a big out here as first 3 Redbirds have reached base. The 1-1 pitch. Taken for a called strike, 1-2 the count. Lakos out of Christopher Newport University. That's where he'll head this upcoming season. Just graduated high school this past spring, like a few guys in this Redbirds lineup tonight. The 1-2 pitch. Didn't offer at it, in the dirt, but count moves to 2-2. Nice job by Jeremiah Boyd getting all the way down to block it. Another good at bat for the Redbirds. Allen a long stare in with the count 2-2. His pitch. In the dirt again, 3-2. Count fills up to Lakos. It's only the Redbirds' second game away from Lakewood Park. The first was also here at historic Hicks Field. They beat the Steamers 4-0 3 days ago. The 3-2 pitch. Outside, ball 4. It's the 3rd walk of the inning for the Redbirds. And they've loaded up the bases with just 1 out here in the first. Jeremiah Boyd will go out to have a conversation with his pitcher. There's a couple of bodies walking around in the Steamers bullpen. They'll take the tarp off that first mound down there. After such a convincing win last night, you want to keep that momentum moving here at home. It's a place the Steamers have struggled offensively, but not really pitching-wise. But a big opportunity here for the Redbirds. The corners are on for Jared Beebe over at thirds on the infield grass. Tate Abbott back behind the runner over at first. Middle infielder shaded towards second. Here's the pitch to Hughes. Inside for a strike, 0-1. 3 walks in the inning for Allen, along with a base hit. The only out was when Aiden Feather was caught trying to steal second by Jeremiah Boyd. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 0-2. A big strike for Allen. He's out ahead 0-2 against Hughes. Hughes had a good night here at historic Hicks Field. The last time these teams met up, went 2 for 4 that night. Allen's ready. The 0-2 pitch. Outside, nice stop from Boyd to keep it in front of him. Count moves to 1-2. It's Brady Kenner over at third who singled. Zach Zarnowski at second and Justin Lakos at first. Each of them walked. Allen ahead in another count. We'll see if the Redbirds can work back into it. A long stare in. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. The first strikeout of the night for Michael Allen is a big one. It's out number 2 here in the first. That'll bring Dylan Blazer up to the plate. No DH tonight for the Redbirds. Blazer hitting in the 6-hole and pitching tonight. First pitch. He'll take it up high for a ball, 1-0. Blazers only had 2 at-bats this season. He's got a pair of hits in those at-bats. Allen's pitch. Swinging a grounder towards the middle, under the glove of Allen. Picked up by Cotto. He'll tag second with his glove. Michael Allen works out of a bases-loaded jam to keep the Redbirds scoreless in the first. We'll head to the bottom half. Tied at 0 here to Stork Hicks Field. Hello and welcome back to Historic Hicks Field. Here's the Steamers set to come up to the plate in the bottom half of the first. The Redbirds loaded the bases in their half, but Michael Allen able to work out of the jam. The Clams will try their bats here against Dylan Blazer. It's his first appearance of the season on the mound for the Redbirds. Once again, they've only got 10 players here tonight. And leading off is the man with a hit in every game this season, Chase Bruno. Leading off, the same spot he's hit in all season. First pitch from Blazer. Into the dirt. Nice scoop by Zarnowski for a ball, 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Down low for a ball, 2-0. Chase Bruno was about the only Steamer that had a good night back on Tuesday when these teams matched up. He had 3 of the 7 hits in that game. 2-0 pitch, down low for a ball, 3-0 to Bruno. Those 7 hits, not enough to muster a run. The Steamers were shut out 4-0 in that one. 3-0 pitch. Down low for a ball, a 4-pitch walk for Chase Bruno. He's aboard to lead off the first for Edenton. The Clams continue to change up the lineup. Tanner Thatch out in right field tonight. the third different spot he's made a start in this season. We've seen him over at first, designated hit, and now he's out in right. Thatch leaves the first one in the dirt. 5 straight balls for Blazer to start the night, and Thatch is ahead 1-0. Nearly a perfect night last night at Lakewood Park for Tanner Thatch. He went 5 for 6, had a 3-run bomb, a part of a 15-1 destruction of the Suffolk Voyagers. He's moved all the way up to the 2-hole here. Clam's trying to manufacture a lineup that'll move Chase Bruno along the bases. We see him get on the bases at an elite clip. He gets on at 472. He's hitting 404. The Steamers have struggled to bring him around, and they're hoping moving Tanner Thatch up to the 2-hole be the first remedy that'll move Bruno into the plate. 1-0's down low for a ball. 2-0. Blazer yet to throw a strike. Thatch is ready. We'll see if he just waits for the first strike he sees. He's got the green light. 2-0 pitch on the inside half of the knees. 2-1 the count. Thatch, the 1A State Player of the Year out of Perquimans High School. Swings and grounds that one over to first. Off the glove of Hughes over at first. Bruno's around second, heading for third. Thatch will take a turn and stay at the bag. And the Steamers have runners on the corners with nobody out here in the first. Bruno led off with a walk. Thatch reaches on an error, and that'll bring this week's Steamer of the Week, Jeremiah Boyd, up to the plate. Boyd's had a big past week, hitting over 400, 3 extra base hits, including the only home run here to Stork Hicks Field. He'll take that one for a called strike. 0-1 the count. Boyd behind the plate tonight for Case Kermode as the two have swapped back and forth. Both in the lineup tonight with Kermode designated hitting, but Boyd behind the plate. 0-1 pitch way outside, 1-1 the count. Boyd comes into tonight hitting second best on the team, 364. His 8 hits puts him just behind Chase Bruno and Tanner Thatch. 1-1 pitch. Down low in the dirt, blocked by Zarnowski. Bruno has to hold at third. Count moves to 2-1. A big shakeup in the lineup tonight. Thatch, the highest he's batted in the order all season. Same goes for Jeremiah Boyd in the 3 spot. It's as simple as just putting the most effective guys as high up in the lineup as you can. That one's outside for a ball. 3-1 to Boyd. Dylan Blazer struggling to find the zone here early, in danger of loading up the bases just as Michael Allen did in the top half. The 3-1 pitch. Outside, ball 4. It's the second walk of the inning. And the Steamers have loaded up the bases with nobody out here in the first. Now we'll have a meeting out at the mound. Chris Totolo out to talk to his pitcher. The whole infield comes in as Tate Abbott will be up next for the Steamers. It's Chase Bruno over at third, who walked to lead off the inning. Tanner Thatch at second, who reached on an error. And Jeremiah Boyd at first, who also walked. Tate Abbott up to the plate. He was 0 for 4 last night, but he had just about every ball right on the nose at a couple of line outs to first and to second. He did reach base with a walk, and he comes up with a massive opportunity here at historic Hicks Field. Nobody out here in the first. First pitch. Abbott leaves it for a called strike on the inside half. Count moves to 0-1. Abbott getting on base at 364 this season. The 0-1 pitch. He'll swing and knife it the other way. Foul. 0-2 the count to Abbott. The first hitter Blazers gotten out ahead of in this inning. Tate Abbott returned to the team last night after a 2-game absence with right knee soreness. Batting cleanup tonight, starting over at first. The 0-2 pitch. Abbott sends that one high, third base side, now to play. Foul. We'll do it again at 0-2. Tate Abbott's only knocked in a pair of runs this season, but bases loaded, nobody out. A prime opportunity here early in the game. Swung on grounder over to second. Self moves to his left, his only plays to first. It's in time. Chase Bruno comes home to score, and the Steamers are out ahead. It's 1-0 Edenton. An RBI ground out for Tate Abbott, and the runners move to second and third as well for Alden Cottle, with just one out here in the first. Steamers on the board without a hit here in the opening inning. It's a good sign to see for the Clams, who average under 3 runs per game here at Historic Hicks Field. Abbott lets the first one come across low for a ball, 1-0. Cottle was 1 for 5 last night, reached base twice. He also walked, and he knocked in one of the 15 Steamer runs. As that one gets by, Zarnowski took a bounce all the way over to the dugout. Thatch wasn't too confident on coming on home. A rough bounce. Zarnowski might have caught a break there as the count evens up at 1-1. Tanner Thatch over at third, reached on an error. Jeremiah Boyd at second, who walked. Alden Cottle at the plate. Down at second base tonight. That one's outside. This one gets far away from Zarnowski. Thatch will trot on home. The ball gets into the dugout. Boyd's trying to come home as well. So they're going to keep him at third base. Thatch comes home to score. It's now 2-0 Edenton. The count moves to 3-0 to Cottle. Boyd moves from second to third. Just about the best start you could ask for Edenton. Still without a hit, but ahead 2-0. Cottle ahead 3-0. That pitch is down low. It's a 4-pitch walk. Boyd's coming home. Another ball by Zarnowski. Another run comes in for the Steamers. It's 3-0 Edenton here in the first inning. It's also the third walk of the inning issued by Dylan Blazer. No one down in the pen for the Redbirds. No one to send down there. As Case Kermode will come up to the plate. Kermode designated hitting for the first time this season. The third different hitter the Steamers have had in that designated hitter spot. Houston Wright was in there for the first 10 games before Tanner Thatch took over. Now Case Kermode in there tonight. First pitch is in the dirt for a ball, 1-0. There were 10 Redbirds here at game time. There are a few more in the dugout now. And that ball gets by Zarnowski. Cottle will move up to second. Count moves to 2-0. Another runner in scoring position for Edenton. Already ahead with 3 runs on the board here in the opening inning. It's been a rough start for Dylan Blazer. The 2-0 to Kermode. Outside for a ball, 3-0. It's a dream start for an Edenton team that put up 15 runs at Lakewood Park one night ago. It's the 3-0 pitch. That one just misses a 4-pitch walk for Kermode. And he's aboard on the 4th walk of the inning from Dylan Blazer. Alden Cottle down at second, Case Kermode at first. Both reached on a walk as Jared Beebe will come up to the plate. Beebe starting over at third tonight. First pitch he sees in the dirt. He'll scoot by Zarnowski all the way to the backstop. And the runners each take a base. And Zarnowski will have another meeting out at the mound. It has been a brutal start, to say the least, for Dylan Blazer. 4 walks in the inning. A bunch of pass balls. 2 of them brought home Tanner Thatch and Jeremiah Boyd. And now Alden Cottle's at third. Another pass ball would bring him home. Jared Beebe at the plate hitting 125, but the number you really only got to focus on right now is he's walked 4 times this season. The infield on the grass for the Redbirds defense, trailing 3-0. Beebe lets that one come across for a called strike, 1-1. Kermode getting a healthy lead off second, nearly halfway down the line, with no one over there to cover. That pitch in the dirt. 2-1 now to Beebe. Here's the pitch. He'll leave that one outside. 3-1 the count with 2 in scoring position. We'll see if Beebe opts to swing the bat here. In the dirt, ball 4. Zarnowski able to keep it near him, and that's the 5th walk of the inning for the Steamers. The 3rd consecutive walk as Jared Beebe will take first. That'll bring Hunter Cole up to the plate, starting out in left field tonight. Once again, the Steamers 3 on the board in the inning, 3 on the base paths, still without a hit. It looks like we're going to get our first pitching change of the night from head coach Chris Todolo. He'll take the ball from Dylan Blazer, who records just 1 out, allows 3 runs. He walks 5, and he's responsible for all 3 on the bases for Edenton. We'll take a quick break on our first pitching change of the evening. Steamers out ahead, 3-0. Hello and welcome back to Historic Hicks Field. Here in the bottom of the first inning, the Steamers have 3 on the board, still just 1 out. Hunter Cole up to the plate after a pitching change for the Redbirds. That pitch is inside to Cole, 1-0 the count. Brady Kenter onto the mound now for Norfolk. After Dylan Blazer started the game, just got 1 out. Counts 2-0 now to Cole. Kenter into the game. Just like Blazer, he has not pitched yet this summer. Behind in the count, 2-0 to Cole. That one's up off the right shoulder of Cole, and that'll bring home another Steamers run. It is 4-0 Edenton as the bases will stay loaded. Hunter Cole, despite his struggles offensively to start the season, that puts him at 5 runs batted in, 3rd on the team. Bases remain loaded for the 9th hitter of the inning, Adam Fine up to the plate. Five walks for the Steamers and then 1 hit by pitch as Fine takes that first pitch inside for a ball, 1-0. Fine had a great night last night at Lakewood Park, had a double and a sac fly. He's ahead in the count, 2-0. That night at Lakewood Park earned him the start here tonight. As some dark clouds roll in from left field. Steamers out ahead 4-0. They might want to move this game along as Fine takes another ball. It's 3-0. Steamers ahead 4-0 without a hit. Most of the infield right on the grass for the Redbirds. 3-0 pitch, up high, ball 4. Another run comes home for the Steamers. It is now 5-0 Edenton. They've batted around here in the first without putting a hit in play. As Chase Bruno comes up to the plate for the 2nd time tonight. You guessed it, he walked in his first at bat. First pitch just misses Bruno. Coming home is Beebe from 3rd, and he is safe. The ball came bouncing back to Zarnowski. Didn't react too quickly. Jared Beebe was sprinting on the pitch. It's now 6-0 Edenton. The runners move up. Now guys at 2nd and 3rd, 1-0 the count to Bruno. It is 6-0 Clams. That one inside to Bruno. 2-2 the count. The first run of the night came home on an RBI ground out from Tate Abbott. A couple of pass balls brought home Tanner Thatch and Jeremiah Boyd. 2-0 pitch swung on and missed by Bruno. The first swing we've seen in a few at-bats from the Steamers. Then Hunter Cole brought home the 4th run when he was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded. Adam Fine walked with the bases loaded. A swing and a miss from Bruno. Count moves to 2-2. Then a pass ball from Brady Kenter brought home the 6th run. It's Hunter Cole down at 3rd. Adam Fine over at 2nd. Chase Bruno at the plate. Steamers already ahead 6-0. This ties their highest scoring game here at Historic Hicks Field this season. Bruno swings, lines that one into left field. It'll get down for a hit. Cole will come home. They'll send Fine right behind him. It's a 2-run single for Chase Bruno, and he extends the lead. It is 8-0 Edenton. Chase Bruno extends his hitting streak to 12. That'll bring Tanner Thatch up to the plate. Thatch will swing, ground that one over to first. It's into right field for a base hit. Bruno's around second, heading for third, and it's cut off. It's the first hit of the night for Tanner Thatch. Back-to-back singles for the Steamers. As the clouds really start to roll in along with the wind here at historic Hicks Field. Boy, you'd hate for this game to get washed out by some weather in an 8-0 first inning. The Steamers have now scored 23 runs over the last 2 games. Jeremiah Boyd at the plate. He walked in his first at bat. He'll swing and miss at the first pitch he sees. 0-1 the count. The scoreboard almost looks like it's going to blow out of place. The wind blowing directly in from left field. Boyd with runners at first and third, just 1 out here in the first. Pitch up high for a ball. 1-1. Boyd got some dirt in his eye. It's once again blowing in directly from left field. Boyd still rubbing at his eyes as he'll step in. Amidst an 8-run first inning for the Steamers. Brady Kenter still looking for his first out of the inning as Boyd swings and misses. 1-2 now the count to Boyd. Chase Bruno down at third, who had a 2-run single. Tanner Thatch, who followed him up with a single to right field. It's the highest scoring inning of the season for the Steamers. Boyd will swing and pop that one up. First base side, foul territory, moving over and watching it fly out of play. The count will stay at 1-2. That's Dylan Blazer, who now moved over to first after starting this game for the Redbirds. He got 1 out. He walked 5, allowed 3 runs before Brady Kenter was brought into the game in relief. Boyd will foul that one off first base side, out of play again. We'll do it again at 1-2. The only out of this inning was a RBI ground out from Tate Abbott. Otherwise, the Steamers not in any real danger. Tanner Thatch reached on an error in his first at bat. That could have been another out for Norfolk. Here's the 2-1, or the 1-2, and that one's inside. Nearly got Boyd. Bruno's coming home, and he is safe. The throw to the plate hit Bruno. It drifts towards the dugout. Thatch will just stay at second. That'll make it 9-0 Steamers. Count evens up on Jeremiah Boyd at 2-2. That's the 3rd run scored on a pass ball in this inning for Edenton. Boyd with Thatch down at second. 2-2 count, the pitch. Swing and a miss. He got a piece of it, and he'll stay alive at 2-2. Six walks in the inning, 1 hit by pitch, and 2 singles here the second time through the order for the Steamers, all in the first inning. 2-2 pitch, up high, 3-2 to Boyd, works back into the count after going down 0-2. Jeremiah Boyd didn't play last night, didn't play the last time these teams met on Tuesday. He'll ground that one over to short. Lakos running in. His throw across to first is in time for out number 2. Thatch will move over to third on the throw. Steamers went 8 batters without recording an out, and now Tate Abbott will come up to the plate with a runner over at third. Abbott knocked in the first run of the night. He'll swing and ground that one over to short. Lakeo stays down on it. He bobbles it. Throw to first is in the dirt. Abbott is out at the first. A 9-0 first inning for the Steamers. We'll head to the second. A big lead for the Clams. The new 2022 Edenton Steamers merchandise has arrived. There are plenty of ways for you to pick up your new Steamers gear. You can visit EdentonSteamers.com and place an order. Stop by Sound Feet Shoes of Edenton or head to the merchandise trailer located behind the first base dugout at historic Hicks Field. You can also pick up some of the brand new Chowan County Cantaloupes gear, but only at historic Hicks Field. Thank you for your support and repping your Steamers gear. Hello and welcome back to historic Hicks Field, where the Steamers put 9 runs on the board in their half of the first. And some are saying, what's the difference between this home game and the others? Well, this one has Ray Dunn back in the building. Ray Dunn on the broadcast now, last season's broadcaster for the Steamers. Ray, thank you for coming on.
Luke, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to see you down here. It's a pleasure to be back here at historic Hicks Field and seeing some runs, man. Jeez, what was it, 1 hit? 2 hits in that inning? And
2 hits in the inning, 9 runs on the board, 6 walks issued by Redbirds pitching.
Sheesh. I love it.
And I mentioned they only were averaging under 3 runs a game here at home coming into it, and certainly a bright spot there as the first pitch from Allen. It's across for a called strike, 0-1. Ray, how much credit do you give yourself for that first inning?
None. Absolutely none.
You were up here in the booth the whole time, so.
If it rains, it's going to be my fault, but you guys cannot give me any credit for anything that happens good on the field. That's how this works as a broadcaster. You don't get the credit for the good stuff.
See, I'm the other way. I think you got to give yourself all the credit.
No.
The count's 0-2 to Trevor Self. Pitch from Allen. Across. It's a called strike 3, the second strikeout of the night for Michael Allen, who worked out of a jam of his own in the first inning. 1 out here in the second.
Michael Allen gets going. He is something else. I love watching him pitch. I'm interested to see him as a starter because I saw him out of the bullpen last year, and anytime he needed a lockdown inning last year, it was Michael Allen, and I think everyone at LR agrees with me on that one.
And he's actually said that they're looking to maybe start him at Little Ryan next season, so it's a good gig for him here to get some starts under his belt, his second of the season. He had a pretty good outing at Wake Forest, went 4 innings, just gave up 1 run, so see if he has a longer leash today. But
and they usually got good bats over there at Wake Forest.
Yeah.
Using my experience of last year and looking at their roster for this year.
Allen's grounded over to Cottle. He'll take a couple of hops, throw to first in time. A quick 2 outs for Michael Allen. As Sparky Bannon grounds out, that'll bring Tanner Simpson up to the plate out in right field tonight for the Redbirds. Ray, you mentioned it. You might have brought the rain with you. A lot of dark clouds here. We're yet to have a rain out this season.
Why would you say that? Well, you know you're tempting fate with that.
Oh, I just have to put some context into the situation.
Yeah. You're doing your job. I'm sure. That's why you said that.
Count 1-0 to Tanner Simpson. We did have rain opening night in Clayton. Brantley Cutler's mom was able to help us out on the broadcast with some umbrellas and some ponchos. And
there you go. Gotta love the Cutlers.
She's already in the chat here tonight, so she's pulling for the boys. Brantley out with a bit of an injury, but looking forward to having him back later in the month. Counts 2-0 to Tanner Simpson. Pitch. Simpson takes it for a called strike, 2-1.
So Luke, early on in this year, what's standing out to you about Edenton? What do you love about Edenton right now?
I mean, the first thing I've learned is the people are just spectacular, and that one's in there for a called strike, 2-2. I was told coming in that the people were going to be great, and it's funny. I had my expectations high, and I think they've somehow exceeded them so far, and I've been welcomed very, very warmly, and it's been a lot of fun so far. That one just misses as Allen was already on his way back to the dugout.
I didn't respond to you because I thought that was it. I figured
I did too.
It was
I
time for you to toss it to the end of the inning, but
you and Michael Allen both agreed that that one looked like the final strike.
My opinion means nothing up here. Don't worry.
You learn that pretty fast. That our opinion is pointless. That one's fouled straight back by Simpson. You know, on the road trips, I've been sitting at the front of the bus and with the coaches trying to see if I can put my opinion forward, and still yet to be taken in. But I think if I keep sitting up there, keep talking enough, it might get taken into account.
Maybe.
Did it ever work for you?
It did not work. No, Marshall and I had a ton of great conversations on the front of the bus last year. There was one day where he said he would think about letting me do the lineup. Then he thought better.
That one's in the dirt, ball 4. Tanner Simpson's aboard with 2 down here in the second. Marshall McDonald, the head coach of the Steamers for the prior 2 seasons, is in the house tonight.
So good to see him.
Second straight game. Of course, your guys' trips had to align.
Not planned, which is actually incredible that we were able to make that work without it being planned.
So it's Tanner Simpson over at first, who walked with 2 outs. Aiden Featherable up to the plate. He'll swing at the first pitch he sees, line at third base side, and foul. 0-1 the count. Feather walked his first time up. He was caught stealing by Jeremiah Boyd.
And that one hurt for them. Him getting caught stealing, ended up with 2 more walks and a hit in the inning. Now, obviously, what the Steamers did in the bottom half would have made that look a little bit smaller in terms of the magnitude of it, but would have been a punch in the mouth to start the game.
That one's fouled away. Count moves to 0-2. It's a good point. Anytime you walk 3 times and get a hit in the inning and you don't come away with any runs, you're going to look back and think about that one at night. Count moves to 0-2 to Feather.
Now, I can only say I've seen Boyd tonight in the games I've watched, and I've read about him. But between Boyd and Kermode, I mean, the backstop here, Steamers got this season. Very impressive defensively what they're capable of doing every single night. So seeing him throw someone out was electric. I was over there snack bar getting my Italian sausage at the beginning of the game, and quick fist pump.
First game you've seen of Jeremiah Boyd. Second runner he's thrown out so far this season. He's been a really good bat for the Steamers as well. That one's in there for a called strike 3. The third strikeout of the night for Michael Allen, second of the inning. Ray, that was a quick one. I'm sure we'll see you in the bottom half of this inning. As we head to the bottom half, the Steamers convincingly out ahead 9-0. The Steamers are proud to announce that Venture Tours is the official travel partner of the team for the 2022 season. Venture Tours is a family-owned business specializing in motor coach transportation. The owners have been in the motor coach industry for more than 40 years. A mixture of hard work and family legacy helped to create Venture Tours, one of the most successful motor coach companies in Hampton Roads, coastal Virginia. If you're interested in traveling with Venture Tours, give them a call at 757-494-1480 or visit venturebustours.com. Hello and welcome back to Historic Kicks Field here for the bottom half of the second. The Steamers out ahead 9-0. Ray Dunn still in the booth tonight. Brady Kentzer back out on the mound for the Redbirds. Ray, the Steamers had 13 batters come to the plate in that first inning, only a pair of hits. The first time through the order, they didn't record a hit.
Alas, still 9 runs.
Out ahead 9-0. First base coach Ashton Roy getting some plastic cup off the field. Very windy here in the second as Cottle swings through that one. Count evens up at 1-1. Cottle walked in his first at bat, one of 6 walks back in the opening inning. Kenter from the windup for the first time tonight. Swing and a miss. 1-2 the count to Cottle.
Now it's a game of a sprint here, playing with the weather. Obviously, you want to keep tacking on runs. There is no clock in baseball. There's always no lead is insurmountable. But I don't know what the weather's going to do. That's what I learned last summer. I learned a lot here in Edenton. The thing I learned most is that I know nothing about the weather and nothing about how it works here in the Inner Banks. So you don't know when it's going to hit, when that weather's going to come, or if it will. But you do want to get this closer to a full game as fast as possible.
It's a good point because you're out ahead 9-0. It's a game that seems like it might have been decided here in the first inning.
Oh, don't do that, buddy. Don't do that.
It's a Redbirds team that only has 10 available players. If this somehow gets washed away, they could get more guys. The score resets, obviously. Kermode takes that one for a called strike. 1-1 the count. After Alden Cottle lined out to third for the first out of the inning. That one up and in and to Kermode, 2-1. And yeah, obviously you're not going to want to intentionally record outs against yourself just to get to that 5-inning mark. So you know the Steamers are still going to go up there and swing away, but it's a dangerous game they're playing with the weather. 2-1 pitch on the outside corner for a called strike. 2-2 to Kermode, who also walked his first time up.
It would not be a weekend of me being here without some sort of weather type of event. I brought all the rain to Edenton last summer.
That one's outside to Kermode. Yeah, I think you brought both the runs and the rain because you made your trip last night when the Steamers put up 15 runs.
That's true.
Now they've scored 9 here today. 3-2 pitch, grounded over to short. Handled by Lakos, his throw to first in the dirt. And it goes all the way to the fence. Kermode's in, the second error of the night for the Redbirds as Kermode's aboard with 1 down here in the second.
Couple of tough low throws over there to first so far. Not doing yourself any favors being down by this much. No need to rush it. Just play through the ball, make the throw. If Kermode beats it out, I'm not thinking that's going to happen. Kermode's a quick dude, but pretty routine to just come up and have that clock in your head of knowing when to throw that ball across.
And that's tough on both sides. For the fielders, you see so many walks allowed by your pitcher, you almost want to be perfect. And then for a pitcher, you're almost begging for every play to be made when you have that many free passes. The count's 2-0 now to Jared Beebe, who also walked his first time up. Kenter set, and he'll step off. Kermode doesn't retreat back to first. Calling the bluff there of Kenter a little bit. So he stands in the same spot. Count 2-0, Kenter is set, and now He'll throw over to first. Kermo diving back in. It's off the glove of Blazer over at first.
I love Case. I love Case. He was one of my favorites from last summer. I was happy to see him back with the team. He's just a fun guy. The type of guy, anytime before a game, you can grab and just talk to for a little bit about literally anything. So I'm very happy to see him back and enjoying watching him. That's him over there at first base. He's having fun.
He's a fun guy. It's a fun team. As you mentioned, he's a returner, one of 12 returners on this team, a very experienced team coming into this season. So step off again, throw over to first. Kermode dives back in safely. An experienced team, a new head coach though, so differs things up a little bit. A whole new coaching staff here for the Steamers. Justin Hill leading the way. He'll throw over again on Kermode. He's back in safely. Hill back for the first time in a few games after coaching the state games. Assistants Delton Stallings and Ashton Roy took the reins the last 3 nights, but certainly happy to see Coach Hill back over at third base. That one's up high. 3-1 the count now to Beebe.
You know, I
Kermode's
sent
still
my
dancing over at first.
Oh yeah, of course he is. He's dancing around. He also knows he's a catcher. He knows really how much space he's got to work with over there before he's in danger of being picked off and the throw coming in behind him.
That ball gets a piece of Jared Beebe. Would have been ball 4 regardless. It's the second batter that's been hit by a pitch here through 2 innings. And the man that was hit by the first pitch was Hunter Cole. He's up to the plate now with 2 on and 1 out.
Isn't it just beautiful when a segue works out like that?
Things just work out so well here. I think it was intentional.
It was, yep. Pitcher's thinking of you.
I mean, he's in some trouble here again in the second. 2 runners on, 1 out. Up high to Cole, 2-0. Kentzer came into the game after Dylan Blazer recorded just 1 out in the first, walked 5, allowed 3 to come across the plate. The Steamers are threatening again here in the bottom of the second. Cole sends that one high to right field. Moving over is Simpson towards the line. Foul territory. It'll drop right at the wall and foul ground. A long strike for Hunter Cole moves the count to 2-1.
Oh man, Hunter Cole. Straighten it out a little bit further. Saw plenty of that last year. He had a couple stretches. I think there was a stretch where he had a home run in 3 straight. He might have done that twice last year. He had a way with the bat last summer.
Takes that one for a call strike. He mentioned that stretch to me. I asked him how he got the Mr. Edenton nickname, and he said it was that 3-game stretch with a home run in each game, and it's stuck ever since then. His 2-2 pitch, he's out in front. Swing and miss for Cole. It's the first strikeout of the night for Redbirds pitching. It's out number 2 here in the second, and that'll bring Adam Fine up to the plate.
Got to give credit to Clark Dearman for the Mr. Edenton nickname. Clark Dearman, left-hander, Presbyterian last summer, electrified stuff when he was locked in. He was something else, and just an absolutely hilarious guy. And he gave the Mr. Edenton nickname and really teased Hunter day in and day out. I think Hunter was having the summer of all summers, and I think Clark really kept him even keel with everything going on because they had a lot of fun.
Yeah, Hunter's told me he doesn't know how deserving he is of the nickname with the obvious success he did have. As Fine takes that one inside, 2-0. A humble guy. Cole's not going to go out there and proclaim to be Mr. Edenton to everybody.
He'll let us do it for him.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're here for.
Yeah. Speaking of people that are here for this and that really played into the Mr. Edenton moniker, Adam Fine himself really played it up in the broadcast last year. I feel weird. I'm in his headset right now, in his spot. It's good to see him back here in Edenton. Loves this place. It's right to see him in the Steamers uniform.
His 3rd season here in Edenton, and it's just good to see him on the field. Obviously, the injury back in the 2nd game of the season in 2021, a collision in the outfield, but he found a spot here in the broadcast booth for the rest of the summer.
Yeah, we had fun up here in the broadcast booth together.
Final walk to load up the bases. He had 3 consecutive at-bats where he had put in a run for the Steamers, and that time a walk moves the runners up, and no one comes across the plate. But bases are now loaded.
Slacking.
Top of the lineup, it's Chase Bruno up for the 3rd time tonight. He's brought a couple of runs across with a 2-run single back in his 2nd at-bat of the game.
So going back to Adam, and obviously didn't get to see it come to fruition last summer with the injury, but I really do think, and obviously love the guy. I really enjoyed working with him.
Bruno grounds that one to 3rd. It'll be taken to the bag by Hughes to retire the side in the 2nd.
I'll finish that thought up with when he starts to get consistent ABs, he's going to put together something special, I think, this summer with this team. I think once he starts to get the chance out there, I'm excited to see what he's able to do. That's why I'm really happy he's back here so he can do it for the Steamers.
Good to have Adam Fine back. Good to have Ray Dunn back on the broadcast, as that'll wrap up the 2nd inning. The Steamers still out ahead 9-0. The Edenton Steamers and the Edenton Aces are excited to join forces as the Edenton Baseball Club. The Edenton Baseball Club's mission is to raise money to benefit historic Hicks Field and contribute to the longevity of our beautiful facility. On Saturday, June 18th, the Steamers will be wearing special themed jerseys that bear the logo of the Steamers and the Aces. The jerseys will be auctioned off during the game, and the proceeds from this jersey auction will directly benefit projects going on inside historic Hicks Field. We appreciate your support of our historic homestand. That game tomorrow night against the Clayton Clovers. Go check out our Twitter. Davis Halstead and Chris Morris, 2 homegrown guys, were wearing those jerseys for us.
I love them. I love
They're
the
nice.
pinstripes.
We're back here in the top of the 3rd. Michael Allen out for his 3rd inning of work. Ray Dunn up in the booth with me for his 2nd inning of work. Brady Kenter at the plate for his 2nd at bat. He singled his first time up.
They're trying to stretch me out too. They're trying to pull as much content as they can from me.
In a 9-0 game, it's all that more important. That one's in there for a strike, 1-1. Kenter came into the game. He started out in center field today, but came in as a pitcher back in the 1st inning. He'll swing at the 1-1 pitch, hit it right back to Allen. He'll jog over to first, underhand toss to Abbott in time for the first out in the 3rd.
Props on the hustle in that one. Enough to make me just a little nervous.
Yeah, Allen also took it a long way over to first. You see that with pitchers a lot. They're so comfortable, obviously, throwing to the plate, but when it comes to throwing to first, sometimes you just want to make it that scoop.
Smallest margin of error.
It's the first out here in the 3rd. Zach Zarnowski up to the plate. He walked his first time up. One of 3 walks that the Redbirds drew in the 1st inning. Still came away with no runs. 1-0 the count now to Zarnowski. It just gets darker and darker here. Now you're starting to wonder whether it's just normal darkness or if it's cloud darkness as we're across 8 o'clock here in the 3rd inning. Down low, 2-0 now the count to Zarnowski.
I'll call it a healthy combination of concerning darkness and slowly getting towards nighttime.
Allen's 2-0 pitch is on the outside corner for a called strike. 2-1 to Zarnowski. Zarnowski didn't play the last time these teams matched up. He's 3 for 9 through 5 games this season. 3-1 the count. Ray, something different that I know you didn't go through last year with all these teams in Virginia, the Redbirds being one of them. This is only their second game technically away from Lakewood Park, but they've played road games this season, but really not a lot of traveling for those 4 teams. That one swung on and fouled back. The Steamers have been there twice now, playing Norfolk and Suffolk each one time out there.
I'm a big fan of the town, Norfolk. I'm a big fan of the city. I've actually liked it predating coming down here. I had stopped in there for a weekend with grandparents a while back. Thought it was a really cool town. So, you know, more games to Lakewood, why not? Why not? I mean, nothing for me beats a night at Historic Kicks when it comes to atmosphere and all that, but why not enjoy the town of Norfolk? You know, maybe one of those nights you take a drive up yourself and you go get to explore the town during the day. Who knows? Sorry, Tyler, I'm not trying to tell him not to do work. So I'm just throwing ideas out there. Why not?
Well, you know what they do over there? They have double headers since they have all those teams. Right. So they'll put one of the games is 2 of them against each other. They can start that at 4, and then if either Edenton or Tarboro are traveling out there, they'll play that game at 7. That's what they did yesterday. Michael Allen strikes out Zarnowski for the second out here in the third. And yeah, yesterday there was actually field maintenance before the first game, so that's the downside of a doubleheader. They didn't want to start the Steamers and the Voyagers game too late, so that one was only a 7-inning game, and that's one that the Redbirds blew a 3-run lead in the 6th inning. Wouldn't have been as harmful if it were 9 innings.
Right.
It's just basic math as Lakos is down in the count 0-2.
I was a communications major, man, so you just need to explain that to me.
As was I.
Not a huge math guy. I could say was, too. Now,
oh, that's a good point.
I was a communications major. Big flex right there.
Big flex. That one sounded like the bat, but Lakos has already thrown it away, got a piece of him, and he'll be aboard with 2 outs here in the third.
Never good when the sound of the ball hitting a bone matches that of the ball hitting a bat.
Yeah, that is not good. And he bends over a bit, looked fine on his way over to first.
And with 10 guys here, you can't really afford.
It's a good point.
To be in pain too long.
I talked to the head coach, Chris Tadolo, before the game, and he told me they're 2 guys away from him being over at first base. So we'll hope for his sake that doesn't happen. First pitch to Jackson Hughes is across for a called strike, 0-1.
Our director of broadcast media relations, Hayden Bandel's here tonight. I could throw him in uniform.
Does he have a baseball background? Is he?
There's an outfit. He's here.
he's a fan of the game as that one's grounded over to second. Cottle to his left. His throw to first in time, and that'll wrap up the top half of the third. The Steamers still shutting out the Redbirds, out ahead 9-0 as we head to the bottom half of inning number 3. The Edenton Steamers are excited to announce that they'll be hosting one more baseball camp this summer. Camp date is July 13th through the 15th. Young ball players between the ages of 5 and 13 are welcome. Cost is $100 to register. Your kid will receive first-class instruction from some of the best college baseball players around. Visit EdentonSteamers.com to register today. Day 2 of the camp moved to today, as the third day will be moved to tomorrow after a bit of lightning yesterday. It's a great sight. Over 100 kids. Over 130.
Oh.
We know Director of Group Sales, McCray Knapp, has had a lot of fun out there signing those kids up, getting them all in the right spots. And obviously about 6 or 7 of the Steamers out there every morning, along with assistant coach Ashton Roy. Done a great job having the kids go through hitting, base running, pitching, fielding, getting some scrimmages in. It's a lot of fun to watch.
I was told I aged out of the camp. I was pretty disappointed when I got to town today and found out it started out 2 days ago. And I was, in fact, too old to attend. I think I could have used it. I could have learned quite a bit from this group of guys. Get me out there on the field. Need it. Softball, men's softball, or adult league, softball league right now. So I got to get better. And I thought Steamers camp would help me out. But for the 130 kids, there's not much better place to learn the game around here than with this group of guys.
And the highest the age group goes, the cap is 13.
Yeah.
So you didn't bring your birth certificate with you, so we won't really know.
I am 12.
Well, the 0-1 to Thatch is grounded over to short. Lako stays down on it. His throw to first is in time. We're out number 1 here in the third.
I'm going to pretend like they were listening to us, because right there, took it nice and he fielded it, took his time to gather, a throw to first, all in time.
You could see he put a lot of air under that one, too. It didn't have all the velocity, but it was not going in the dirt like the other 2 he's thrown. As Jeremiah Boyd will come to the plate. A walk and a ground out tonight. This week's Steamer of the Week. Got to talk to him before the game.
Do they know? Do the people on the broadcast know about the curse? Are they aware of what's
I haven't brought it up too much. The Steamer of the Week curse is Boyd swings and lines that one on one hop over to second. Self has it. His throw to first in time for out number 2. So basically the curse is I interviewed Hunter Cole, Mr. Edenton, before the season started. He went without a hit that first week. And then I talked to Jackson Hipp in week number 2. He's been retired his last 10 at-bats. So now Jeremiah told me before the game there is no curse. He's up there to break the curse. He's 0 for 2 tonight.
Yikes. Not saying, just saying.
Tate Abbott will come up to the plate. Knocked in the first run of this game with a ground out back in what was a 9-run first inning for the Steamers. Things have settled down for the Redbirds since. Tanner Simpson into the game on the mound, the third pitcher of the night for Norfolk. Behind in the count 2-0 to Abbott. The crickets seem to be out here at Historic Hicks Field. Not the crowd, literal crickets, as that one's inside to Abbott. Definitely our largest crowd since game 1. 950 in attendance for the home opener against the Bigfoots. A lot of fun.
And this place gets rocking. There's nothing like it.
I think that's something I've learned very early, that Historic Hicks Field, not only does it have probably the highest capacity of any of the fields in the Premier Collegiate League, it's certainly got the most people showing up, as Abbott works a 5-pitch walk with 2 down here in the third.
I'm sure when Hipp hit that double in the home opener here, you got that little shake of, oh my goodness. And I think that was one of the first things I realized early on here was, wow, the number of people who just care like crazy about this team is awesome. And the community that you become a part of here is awesome, which is why, a year later, here I am showing up to a Steamers game.
Exactly. It's the same things you told me when I was looking for something to do for the summer, got me in contact with GM Tyler Russell, and here we are today. Counts 1-0 to Alden Cottle. Walked back in this first inning. He's heading the count 2-0 here against Simpson. It's Abbott over at first, who walked with 2 outs.
Didn't like the baseball.
No, it was the baseball's fault.
Yes.
How can you throw a strike with a bad baseball?
That's a good point. I don't know. Mostly because I don't throw strikes. So I ended up out in the field. That's how I ended up in the broadcast booth.
2-1 the count to Cottle. Yeah, what is the extent of your baseball experience? What qualifies you and I to be on these broadcasts?
Played all the way up, you know, a lot more club teams, not school, but through, you know, my high school years, played club stuff. Enjoyed it and watched it for a long, long time. Became a student of the game, as they say. But yeah, you know, that's a great question. It's a lecture question. Forget how I proved myself to Tyler on the baseball side of things.
It's probably a question we shouldn't ask ourselves as much of what qualifies us to be up here. Cottle swings through that one. Strike 3 for the final out here in the third. The Steamers still out ahead, 9-0. It's the Ray Dunn effect here at historic Hicks Field. We're ahead to the fourth. The Albemarle Area United Way is a nonprofit organization that improves residents' lives in 9 counties throughout northeastern North Carolina. This year, the Steamers have partnered up with the United Way and are looking forward to help raise money for their services. On Friday, July 2nd, the Steamers will be wearing specially themed patriotic jerseys for the game. Those jerseys will be auctioned off during the game, and all proceeds will go back to the Albemarle Area United Way. If you would like to have this one-of-a-kind jersey, be sure to be here that night and support a good cause. A huge thank you to H2OBX Water Park for making this night possible for the Albemarle Area United Way. First pitching change of the night for the Steamers here in the fourth. Michael Allen is done for the night after 4 shutout innings, allowed just 1 hit and struck out 4. Chris Morris into the game for the first time tonight. It's his 4th appearance of the season. He's allowed just 1 run in 2 2/3 innings pitched, an ERA just above 3. It's Ray Dunn back here in the booth as we're set to start the 4th inning.
I'm Ray Dunn. That's Luke Milai. Just to clarify, if someone just tuned in for the first time since last season, my voice hasn't changed. Aww.
Is that Ray? A shout out in the chat from Miss Bruno.
Glad to be home.
And Ray, bad news. The players are being taken off the field.
Ow. Well,
little delay. Doesn't seem like rain out there, but obviously lightning if it's within 10 miles. We don't want to speculate too much, but that could be it. We have a delay here in game number 12, but game number 1 with Ray Dunn in attendance. The Steamers out ahead 9-0. The tarp looks like it's about to come out before the $10,000 giveaway. But we're going to have to wait things out here. We're stopped here in the top half of the 4th. The tarp coming out. We'll keep it here for a couple more moments. Steamers out ahead 9-0. Only 2 hits in this game. I'm Luke Milai alongside Ray Dunn. Ray, I know you have plenty of experience with this.
Yeah. Adam and I did a 30-minute rain delay call last year.
30 minutes.
Yes. If our commissioner, Mr. Michael Dooley, is listening, he was a big fan of it. I got texts from him after that he really enjoyed it. I mean, it was really just calling the action as it happened. You know, these people filing out down the third base line, pretty civil, one way. Some people working their way the opposite way, not really sure where and what they're trying to accomplish.
They see seats opening up.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
you know, for the tough-minded, you might be getting a better seat. You might be upgrading. As I've given some ideas to some folks up here. Right now, the tarp, and this is one of the more interesting things that comes along with this. The guys who have been here before and know, or just have done this before with the tarp, and then you have the supervisors who are either too afraid or too inexperienced when it comes to the tarp to actually help.
And it looks like you're right on it. Some of the supervisors, a lot of the new guys, some of the younger guys. I see Chris Morris over there supervising. Yep. Jacob Lawler going full sprint. Trying to roll the tarp out, doing whatever he can to get it out, whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. And we got a couple. Look at this. That's Hip and Bruno. What is this? These are some vets that are slacking.
They're out there. Oh, look, the tarp's already off. Oh,
wow.
no.
We get to do the fun part and pull it. You don't want to lose a teammate under here. This is a big part. You got to grab.
It's dangerous. It's dark under there.
It's very dangerous. We did this early on last season. I got to be a part of a tarp pull, and it was one of the most enjoyable things I've ever done. And I'm not being facetious when I say that. I thoroughly enjoyed the tarp pull. We showed up here. It was late one night before a storm was going to come in. We all showed up, had a great time. That was like one of the first big things we did as a group last season. We got used to it. Because it happened quite a bit. But
now it looks like they're a bit offline here on this tarp pull. I think.
Well, they're going to get set and yank.
Now, fortunately for them, I think it's one of the more comfortable ones. Is Houston Wright is running across the middle.
That's a vet right there. That's a guy, no fear, trying to take it down, taking out that air pocket. That's a vet right there. That's a guy that wants to see this game continue.
Now, how many of the tarp pulls that you were involved in didn't have the rain? The rain's not coming down yet, so it's more of a comfortable tarp pull because not a lot of wind either.
Well, it's tough here to get that tarp going when the rain is starting.
For sure.
So I don't think we ever actually got it when the rain was started. I might be wrong on that. We could go check the tape, but usually when the rain started, it was like scatter, everybody running. But this is good preparation.
This was efficient.
It is. Look, and again, you see Hunter Cole right there, Mr. Edenton. Guiding, pushing, pointing everyone in different directions.
He's a guy that knows what it takes to get this tarp out.
Bruno on the other side. I'm telling you, there's an art to this.
And they're pulling out a bit, exposing a bit of the home plate area.
I don't know if you ever went to like a preschool like ring around the rosy type of deal where they had like the big,
where they have the big thing where you throw it up in the air, the little rainbow colored thing.
Yeah, it goes spinning around. This is kind of like that, except the ball game, is in doubt because of what we're watching.
And then these guys are around 20 years old.
Yes. Hey, man. Never grow up.
Now they got to get the home plate tarp out there.
Taking care of everything.
Little extra safety.
We're going to get there.
Now, what is it? Are they bringing tires out to?
Yeah, weighing everything down. So they're going to weigh it down with the tires. And then once they get that, because you don't know how the wind's going to pick up, you're probably going to see them go hang out and take a break here. Again, we got people ahead of the exits on this third base side. I mean, take your cars if you want to feel safe. We're in a great spot. There is no better
completely
spot.
Covered.
Yeah, I mean, this has got the AC. You got everything kicking in here. This is the right place to be for right now, unless you're inside the beer garden. I would argue that there are two places in the ballpark during a situation like this that you would want to be stuck at, the beer garden and right here, because the beer garden's nice and cool in there. I mean, they keep it a nice, cool temperature, obviously.
Of course.
And then right here, they like to keep the press nice and comfortable.
Getting a nice wave from Adam Fine and Ray and his former broadcast partner. Rejoice.
Oh, what a kid. Man, what fun. I'm sure, I hope, I'm not sure. I can't say I'm ever sure of anything. I hope he in his head is thinking that we're doing exactly right now what we did last year during the delays. Because one delay we just kind of sent to break, and you just kind of sit here twiddling your thumb, like,
You're not going to go anywhere. We got nothing else to do.
Yeah, what else are we going to do? You know, I
You have a
promise you
bedtime?
I'd be here till the 4th. No.
That's true. You shouldn't have promised me through the 4th inning. You would have.
Right, that's
You'd have been
true.
safely in the beer garden, one of your 2 places.
Everyone's just assuming I would have been at the beer garden during this. We're being told up here in the press box that it is my fault.
PA man Tommy Bass
Yeah,
with
the
the
Bass
accusation.
family is blaming me for this. But I mean, this is impressive. Like what we're able to do and get this on the tarp on. I don't think we were able to do this mid-game a lot last year. What I always wonder and get worried about with this field is left field. Left field is lake left field. It will fill up water quick. It's seen water the last 2 days. That's not great for it. So that's usually where my initial concern is. Once they get the infield covered, what will happen over there? But, you know, I can't control it. I can't stop it. I remember them trying to squeegee it out. I mean, Marshall, you could say a lot of things about Marshall has done or did over his 2 years here. Marshall, the groundsman, last year, just out there in bare feet, squeegeeing, trying to get the field ready. I remember there was one day he came tearing into the front office, like, it's coming, it's coming. We came running out here, get the tarp on the mound, tarp on the plate, because there was a thunderstorm about to break through, 4 or 5 hours before game time, trying to get it covered out in left field. We had a lot of fun. But he's a character when it comes to this stuff. I bet he's in the beer garden right now. I actually
I wonder where he's made his way.
Yeah.
But still no rain here at Historic Hicks Field as we're in the midst of a weather delay, potentially incoming bad weather. We had a feeling that around 8 o'clock this was set to come in, but doing a good job getting the tarp out there and protecting the field at all costs. We're still in the top of the 4th inning between the Steamers and the Redbirds. A 9-run bottom of the 1st inning for the Steamers put them out ahead. And we mentioned it back in inning number 2. We said this game, for the Steamers' sake, just has to move along a little bit quicker. Got to get through that 5th inning.
Not giving up hope yet.
No reason to.
If this was a Major League broadcast right now, we cut to the most recent year's video yearbook. It'd be like, this is your rain delay programming. Hey, look who it is. Adam.
Adam Fine comes and joins us up here in the press box.
Adam, do you want your headset back?
I'm good. I'll sit and watch.
Oh, okay. He's going to
Just here to take it in. The 3rd headset is in the office. If only we had a stoppage of play to go down and grab it.
Oh, man, this is fun up here. This is why you come back. This is why you come back right here.
I'm so glad you got to call another rain delay.
Yeah. Hey, see, there you go. Adam.
The last time we did that.
He's telling the story. If you can't hear him at home right now.
Hold on. What's going on, Steamers fans? It's Adam Fine. I'm just recalling the one time that me and Ray called the rain delay, in the sense that there were people running across the side of the field, and Ray was like literally calling it as if they were running round in third trying to score. Like guys were tripping in the mud. I'm pretty sure Tyrus Bumgarner was playing in the mud at that point. And
No surprise.
Yeah, no surprise at all. It was crazy.
Well, Ray's a professional, just like all these guys are trying to be professional. Everyone's here for a reason. And
Yeah, I guess. I mean, the second this rain delay happened, I made sure to sprint up here as fast as I could to hang out with you guys.
That's a pro move. That's a guy who knows where to be during the rain delay.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I asked Coach Roy, I'm like, listen, I know everyone's heading to the locker room, but as much as I want to get air conditioning, I'm going to head up to the press box.
there's air conditioning up here, Adam.
Not the same. I'm a little sweaty, but it's all right.
Adam, Ray and I talked about it. With your walk in your second at bat where you didn't bring a run home, that was your first at bat over the last 4 where you didn't bring a run in.
Well, I did strike out looking in the 9th, not to, put a damper on that. That didn't happen?
No, that did not happen.
Okay, then.
Well, you had your RBI double and you had your sac fly.
Yeah.
3rd out of 4 at bats because then you walked in
enough.
another run
Fair
tonight.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So a very efficient start.
Listen, as much as I love Coach Hill, the take sign on 3-0, I was hoping to swing, but it is what it is. I'm glad to get on base for the team. The pitch was a little out on the outer half too, so I don't even know if I would have done too much damage with it. But hopefully we'll get another at bat tonight. Got to restretch out though.
Yeah. How often do you see a team go up 9-0 with just 2 hits?
Actually, never. I don't think ever. I actually don't think ever. 2020, we had some crazy, like, 10-2 games in the, the second inning or whatever. But this was, I think, a first for me. Too, because it was my first start. I was, the jitters were there. So I was it was weird. It's like, wow, this is a lot easier than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it's coming back to you quickly. Imagine that 2020 season. You knocked in 14 runs there. You've knocked in 3 so far through 2 games. You going for that title in 2022?
Maybe. We'll see. We'll take it day by day. And as Bull Durham, as I like to quote on the broadcast last year, well, good Lord willing, things will work out. Actually, fun fact, Steamers fans, Ray Dunn actually sent me a tweet. It was like, happy whatever birthday, Bull Durham. 34th birthday, Bull Durham. So that was very exciting.
You can quote it, word for word.
Oh, almost, yeah. It's got to be my favorite movie.
One-man show. Out of 5, Bull Durham.
We should have not, Ray, obviously you don't have a mic on you anymore, but we should have set a timer for when this began so we would have known how far into this we could have gone to sort of put it up against the one from last season. Nothing will match the first one, obviously. This is only the sequel, but we're going pretty strong right now.
I think we're doing a great job. I mean, we've added a third person in this. You probably can't
With only
hear
2
me.
mics, we've added a third person.
You probably can't hear me, which is probably better for the quality of what you're getting right now. So I'm all in for this.
Yeah, basically Ray's just saying that he's just trying to be humble, but this is a Temple Diamond Award winner. So if you don't know what that means, it's just really good. Just imagine, it's like the Nobel Prize Medal of Honor. It's something along those lines. So did I get that right?
Sure, Nobel Prize is Temple, yeah.
All right. But yeah, no. Well, unfortunately, last rain delay, the game got kaput to begin with. So hopefully, well, the thing is, it's got to be through 5 for the game to count. So I think, we dropped 2 already this week to get to 500 on the week. I think that a lot of people want these next 2 innings to happen at the very least.
Well, it's part of your pattern.
Ray being one of them.
It's a part of the pattern. You guys won 3, lost 2, won 3, lost 2. So now you've won 1. So you have to win the next 2. It's within the logic.
It looks like, yeah, it's meant to be, I guess. I don't know.
Well, you just win the rest of them. And then you can get rid of the trend. Just,
I guess.
Well, Ray, not all of us live in a perfect world
Yeah,
where you can win the
not
rest
all of us
the
can
games.
just sit up here and just.
Nah, you're right.
I'm just playing.
Luke Mila on the call right now. Adam Fine wearing the second headset. Ray Dunn was up here for the second through the beginning of the 4th inning. He's still sitting between us talking as if he has a mic, although not as audible.
Well, listen, I'll just relay anything important you have to say.
So you're not going to mention it.
Okay, see, I wasn't going to make that joke, but Ray just said, so you're not going to relay anything. And I told him I was not going to do him like that. This is the guy that took me under his wing last year, Ray, and taught me a lot. So, not to, hype him up too much.
It's like you haven't missed a beat. I mean, here, obviously last summer, majority of the season in the press box, and now back up here. It's like you never left.
It's like I never left. I got Tommy Bass to my right. Luke, what?
What more could you ask?
What more could you ask for? Besides the little cheeseburger. But I usually get those around the 6th inning, so we should be all
Now,
right.
what is the protocol with food in a rain delay? What happens with concessions? Does it stay open? Do people flock towards you? You said the beer garden's a good place to go. Not many people down at concessions. I'm trying to gauge that because this is my first one of the year, so I don't really know what the protocol is.
To be honest, Luke, oh boy, there goes the tarp.
Adam, you might have to get back out there if the tarp
I
goes
don't
too
know.
far.
I think I'm staying. I'm not too strong enough for that. I think I'm best up here calling it. Oh my gosh, we got things, projectiles flying on the field here. Yeah,
Tyler Russell
There he goes. Yep.
poking it across the field. Oh, the leap.
What a hop step.
Well, we got that on camera.
That is
This is why you keep streaming, folks.
this
Yes.
is unbelievable athleticism.
This is why you keep streaming.
Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun.
You could put the Mario jumping sound on that one. That was pretty good.
That was great stuff. Yeah, I got metal cleats on, so that's my excuse. I can't walk on the tarp. But But yes, game is not being called. But the Norfolk guys are getting their stuff. I think they as much. It's an interesting strategy. Like Norfolk, do you just get on the bus and just like completely chalk the game, or but the Edenton wants them to stay in the dugout? It's a really weird situation we have down here at Summer Bowl.
Well, so yeah, I don't even think they came on a bus. I think they all drove individually.
That's interesting.
So if just 2 guys make the call, say, I'm leaving, they're under the 10, they're at 8 players.
Advantage Redbirds, yes.
Advantage Redbirds. Adam, I was telling Ray that their head coach, Chris Dodolo, mentioned to me that when he was giving me the lineup, they were 2 guys away from him going out to play first base. So,
yeah, I guess it's just one of those days.
I want an update on the Marshall tracker.
Oh.
Marshall McDonald walking out of the beer garden. Just want to be clear, I had that one. That was like a minus 200 odds for that happening.
Him in the beer garden. What's the odds on you in the beer garden, Ray?
I haven't been yet.
Okay, good for you.
he would have been there at the end of the 4th inning, but
Everyone's just assuming maybe I would have.
Maybe this is the universe keeping you in the press box, the 3 of us. You know. Maybe I can be a part of Al Sports Update. Al Sports Update being I think you should get Matt Fine in here.
you know, he's a man that was made for the mic.
He was.
He's a man that knows what it takes to be on the mic. He's taught Ray and I an awful lot at Temple. He's taught you as some food has arrived here in the press box.
Wow.
One of those things being my cheeseburger, fries, and water.
Damn, Luke, you're living lavish. I mean, Ray and I didn't get fries. We just got cheeseburgers. I can't believe Ray, not an intern with the Steamers anymore, but he's gonna get his fries. That's something right there.
A basket being brought up by Derek Whitehurst, another one of the interns here at the Steamers in charge of all things concessions here at the Clams. This rain delay has sort of turned into a bit of a mukbang. It's time to eat some food here at Historic Hicks Field.
Okay, so the lightning is still in the air, Luke. Is this? I'm not sure. Is it heat lightning? Because I was seeing lightning out in center field in the 2nd inning.
It was earlier, yeah.
They didn't call it. So
For sure.
Very interesting. I'm not sure. See, up in Philly, I'm not sure. The first lightning strike you see, it could be 100 miles away. You're packing your bags.
Yeah.
Yeah. A little more tolerance down here.
I'm not a big weather guy. Ray said he's not a big understander of weather. Neither am I, but I don't really know the protocol for lightning. How fast does lightning move?
Well, I think it's like once you see the lightning, how you have to wait for the thunder, and that shows you how far away it is. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
The only weather I know, it's like a tornado. If it's not moving left or right, it's coming right at you. Is it the same with lightning?
I'm not sure. All I know is when I was in center field, I was trying to judge the wind. I was picking up the grass, and one time it flew into right field, and the one time it flew into left. So I was just pretty much hoping the ball wouldn't come to me. And luckily enough, it didn't. So here we are. Now I'm in the booth.
Can't imagine how hard it is to track a ball already, and then a ball where the wind could be going left or right.
Especially with those dark clouds. It really gets tricky when it gets above the lights. So yeah.
Yeah. Adam, you clearly have the most baseball experience between the 3 of us up here. Ray and I were talking about what qualifies us to be up here talking about baseball every night, and
listen, maybe on the field, but I don't have the way of words as you do, Luke, and Ray used to.
you've got some experience. And
Washed King, like Washed Ray. Shout out Steph Curry, NBA Finals champion.
Ray, his Twitter bio was a washed media member? Former studio media member, so I just added in the wash there myself. My apologies.
If you got a ticket, save it. We're going to do it next Friday night.
All right, I think I'm going to hang up here, but I'm going to give the headset to Ray for now. If that's all right with you, Luke, and you, Ray?
Of course.
All right.
Thank you so much for joining me, Adam.
You're welcome. And listen, if I might say goodbye when I head down there again, but I'm going to give it to Ray for now.
What a guy. What a guy. Well, we got some time to give people a little break. Maybe go get a cold beverage of their own as we await what's happening next here. I'm not going to force you into a break, but Adam does have a good idea about regrouping here at some point. I mean, we got people filing out left and right here.
So, did you hear that last call? Was that a calling of the game, or is it still
No,
a delay?
no, they're talking about the $10,000 giveaway.
Oh, of course.
Which will be pulled next Friday.
Debatably more important than the game.
Yes. So, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I'm waiting. All I want to hear is Tommy's voice.
Yeah, still a lot to take in here. The Edenton Steamers in a rain delay here in the top of the fourth inning. The Steamers got out to a 4-0 lead over the Redbirds, or 9-0 lead against the Redbirds in the first inning. They've only got 2 hits on the night. Steamers back in action tomorrow against Clayton. They don't host the Redbirds again until July 19th. Wow. The Steamers go out to Lakewood Park to take on the Redbirds on June 30th. But the Redbirds not coming back here until July 19th. They've only got 2 trips left here after tonight. If you're already thinking ahead to maybe possible doubleheader action, the Steamers have a few days off before then.
Yikes. I mean, looking at that schedule, man, you're either going to, if you try the doubleheader action, you're fitting them into a stretch where you play 5 and 5 days right before the All-Star game, or right before the All-Star Home Run Derby and an All-Star game weekend. Or you fit them into a stretch where you're playing 6 games in 6 days right before the postseason.
It's a lot to take in, and I think that only adds to the
above our pay grade.
It only adds to the willingness and effort to try and get it in tonight if you can, especially knowing you're just an inning or a couple of innings away, as now the rain is falling here at Historic Hicks Field. Initially just a lightning call. Now the rain is coming on, but the tarp's out there, professionally laid down at that.
Well, the wind seems to have not died. It's still very much out there, but they've got it set up better, or the wind's not having as nearly much of an impact. So I don't know. It's anyone's guess to what we're going to encounter here.
So the Steamers will be back in action tomorrow night at home against the Clayton Clovers. Then they'll have the day off on Sunday. They'll take on the Greenbrier Knights for a pair of games, one here at Historic Hicks Field, one at Lakewood Park. Then they'll have another off day Wednesday before another pair of games at home. And that's sort of the next week here for the Steamers. And Ray, the Clams 4-4 in Premier Collegiate League play. They're sort of around the middle. They played 8 games. That's 4 more than any other team, or 3 more than any other team in the league so far. So maybe a rainout could help even those things out. Obviously, other teams have already anticipated a few of those, with Tarboro and every other team in Virginia has had one as well.
I think next week is going to be a really big week in figuring out where this team lies within this league. Greenbriers consistently been good. They were the champions 2020. Tarboro, champions 2021. You got a pair of games against each one of each in the other's place. I think that's where you're going to get where they are in the early going. I mean, obviously this will be, you can have a whole different ball game by July 30th when it comes to summer ball, but I'm interested to see what happens. I think, watching along, reading along, seeing what's happening. I think this team's got a lot of promise, especially in the hitting side of things that they just haven't yet gotten to, and they're going to get to at some point this summer. And the pitching for me seems like, you got some really solid arms here. So call me an optimist, because I've gone from Steamers, front office member to Steamers fan. But I'm pretty excited about what this group's going to be able to do. So 4-4, a lot of games played. I'm never going to root for less baseball. So I think they're a couple weeks, maybe a couple games really away from starting to click it and figuring it out.
Yeah, and there's a lot of importance in those games as well. The Steamers yet to beat either the Knights or the River Bandits. The Steamers 0-1 against Greenbrier, falling here at Historic Hicks Field. 0-2 to Tarboro, losing once out at Tarboro Municipal Stadium on a walk-off walk, and then losing here at Historic Hicks Field. So those are teams that are both at the top of the standings, and both teams that obviously have won in the past, and you want to get on the right side against them. Thank you to the 54 people still here in the chat and on the stream following along with us, as we haven't been keeping track of time, but we're about 20 minutes into this weather-induced delay. The tarp out on the field is We're in the top of the 4th inning here at Historic Hicks Field with the Steamers ahead 9-0, and I think it's time to send it to a break, Ray.
I think it's time to
I
take
think
a
we've
break.
gotten to that point. All the players are in the locker room, other than Adam Fine, who's up here with us. Some fans still here on the grandstand, not a ton everywhere else, but hoping we can get this game back underway. We'll have updates for you. We'll keep the stream going. Make sure to keep following along. It's the Edenton Steamers out ahead of the Norfolk Redbirds 9-0 here in the top of the 4th in a weather delay. Steamers fans, we've got some movement on the field, and that is because the tarp is being taken off. The rain delay started at 8:21. We're an hour and 9 minutes into it as the players have returned from the locker room back out to take off what is now a soaking wet tarp. The Norfolk Redbirds have emerged from their cars back into the dugout as we're just now a few moments away from getting back onto the field as soon as the Steamers can figure out how to lift this tarp and how to put it back on the big roller. But right now, an hour and 9 minutes into the weather delay, we're just about ready to go. The rain has stopped for the most part. The lightning far enough away, a safe distance to resume some baseball. If you're just joining us now, the Steamers put up 9 runs in the bottom half of the first inning. It was an inning that included 6 walks from Redbirds pitching. The Steamers only have 2 hits in this game, but they put up 9 runs, and the Redbirds had been shut out on their side offensively through 3 innings. Michael Allen started the game for the Steamers, went 3 innings, struck out 4, gave up just 1 hit. And Chris Morris was set to check in relief of Allen and take the mound to start the top half of the 4th. That's when the delay came. So we're about to begin the top of the 4th inning here at Historic Hicks Field. The Steamers are having their second best offensive game of the season after scoring 15 runs last night. Quite the response after the Steamers had a 2-game stretch in which they combined to score just 2 runs. They've now put up 24 runs the last 2 nights. Still 6 innings of offensive baseball to play tonight for Edenton. So the tarp is almost all the way off the field. We're going to throw it back to another break, but baseball will be resuming here at Historic Hicks Field as soon as the Steamers can get this tarp off the field. Don't go anywhere, folks. We will be right back. Hello, Steamers fans. Welcome back to historic Hicks Field, where the Steamers are out ahead of the Norfolk Redbirds 9-0 after a 9-run first inning for Edenton. We're just 7 minutes away from getting back on the field and resuming this game after an hour-and-a-half rain delay. But there is one more update. This game will now be a 7-inning game. We're being changed from a 9-inning game to a 7-inning game with the Steamers out ahead 9-0 right now. So we're set to begin the top of the fourth when we do return at 10 p.m. The players are out warming back up. The Steamers out in left field. The Redbirds in their dugout. The Redbirds went all back to their cars. So did the umpires. The Steamers to the locker room. But after persevering through what was light rain, but the real threat was the lightning too close to historic Hicks Field. That lightning has passed. The rain is gone. And we are just 6 minutes away from resuming baseball here at historic Hicks Field. Once again, it is a 7-inning game. We will be right back at 10 o'clock. Hello and welcome back to historic Hicks Field. 1 hour and 37 minutes after we last left. It's the Edenton Steamers out ahead of the Norfolk Redbirds 9-0. A couple of changes out in the field for the Steamers. Once again, Chris Morris out on the mound for Michael Allen, who went the first 3 innings of this game, struck out 4, held the Redbirds scoreless. Over at short is Bryce Stevens. Into the game for Chase Bruno, who exits for the first time this season. He'd played in every inning. And Davis Halstead moves over to second in place of Alden Cottle. It's Halstead's first action in the infield. We had seen him some of the outfield spots. As Adam Fine getting loose out in center field was a part of this broadcast a little bit during the rain delay alongside Ray Dunn. We thank him for joining me. 1 hour and 38 minutes later, Morris is ready. The pitch, outside for a ball, 1-0. And once again, folks, if you missed the update, this is now a 7-inning ball game. The 1-0 is up and away, 2-0 the count to Blazer. And this is actually the second straight night the Redbirds have played in a 7-inning game. Last night, their game was changed. So that one's outside, 3-0. They were taking on the Virginia Beach Sea Dogs at Lakewood Park. And thanks to some field maintenance, it was the first game of a doubleheader. The Steamers were there at 7. Their game was scheduled for 4. So that one's in for a called strike. There were still puddles on the field from the rain during the day, so they decided to change their game to a 7-inning game to allow the Steamers and the Voyagers to get in a full 9 innings in the nightcap. As that one's fouled straight back. The count fills up on Blazer. Blazer started this game on the mound for the Redbirds, didn't make it very far. He went 1/3 of an inning. He walked 6, allowed 5 runs. He was taken out after just recording 1 out in the first. And Morris just misses on the outside half. It's a leadoff walk for Blazer here in the 4th. Trevor Self up to the plate now for the Redbirds, the second baseman tonight. A long stare in from Morris. And his pitch is sent high out towards center. Fine started back. Now he sprints in. It's in shallow left center, and Stevens ranges back from short to make the catch for the first out in the inning. We've seen Bryce Stevens at second a few times this season. It's his first action over at shortstop. As previously mentioned, Chase Bruno had been there for the entire season up to this point. Bruno still got 3 at-bats in this ball game and getting a well-deserved rest for the rest of this one. One down here in the 4th as Sparky Bannon comes up to the plate. Bannon swings and misses at the first pitch he sees. Down in the count, 0-1. Bannon 0 for 1 tonight. He grounded out in his only at-bat. Morris takes a peek over at Blazer. Here's the 0-1. Bannon shows bunt. He bunts it foul on the first base side. The count will move to 0-2. Bannon came into tonight with only 5 at-bats on the season, just 1 hit. So with his ground out earlier in the game, he moves to just 1 for 6 through the Redbirds' first 5 games. He's pitched a little bit this season as well. The chance we could see him as this game goes on. The 0-2. It's up high. It's dropped by Boyd, and that'll allow Blazer to advance from first to second. 1-2 now, the count to Bannon. Bannon, I mentioned he could come into this game on the mound. The Redbirds already on their 3rd pitcher. Once again, Dylan Blazer started this game. Brady Kenter came in relief of him, and Tanner Simpson came in as the 3rd arm on the mound, and he went 1 inning, but after an hour and 37-minute delay, Not sure if we'll see him back out there. And once again, the Redbirds with just 10 players tonight. 1-2 pitches swung on and missed. It's the first strikeout for Morris and the second out here in the fourth. That'll bring Tanner Simpson up to the plate with a runner out in scoring position. The Redbirds just one hit through the first 3 2/3 innings of this game as Allen's on the outside corner for a called strike, 0-1. Simpson walked his first time up. One of 4 walks issued by the Steamers pitching staff early. 3 of those came back in the first inning when the Redbirds loaded up the bases against Michael Allen. That one's poked out into right field. It'll drop for a base hit. They're sending the runner Blazer. Now he'll retreat back to third as Tanner Thatch out in right field got it in quickly. A 2-out single for Tanner Simpson. He's aboard for the second time tonight. And we're back up to the top of the order for the Redbirds. It's Aiden Feather up to the plate. Aiden's 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out his last time up. He did walk back in the first inning. As Halstead and Stevens out at second base, maybe discussing who's going to cover the bag on a stolen base attempt. First pitch, swing and a miss. 0-1 the count. Feather's still looking for his first hit against the Steamers. He went 0 for 3 the last time these teams matched up, back on Tuesday right here at historic Hicks Field. 1 pitch in the dirt. Nice stop on a hop by Jeremiah Boyd. The count evens up at 1-1. Chris Morris, this is his 4th appearance of the season. He's allowed just 1 run in just over 3 innings pitched now. Looking to keep that total the same. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and missed for strike 2 on Feather. Morris was on the mound when the delay was called. He hadn't thrown a single pitch in game action. He was able to come out here, waiting out that hour and 38-minute delay. The pitch, swing and a miss. He got him. Second strikeout of the inning for Morris, and the Redbirds leave 2 stranded at the corners. We'll head to the bottom half of the fourth. The Steamers out ahead 9-0. Venture Tours is excited to announce the return of their Atlantic City Casino Day trips. You don't have to break the piggy bank to visit Atlantic City for the day. Tickets are $85 and you must be 21 years or older to participate. The trip includes $35 in free slot play at Resorts Casino. These Saturday trips offer exciting escorted trips where you can ride in comfort and luxury. If you're interested in traveling with Venture Tours, give them a call at 757-494-1480 or visit VentureBusTours.com. Venture Tours, the official travel partner of the Steamers for the 2022 season. Hello and welcome back to historic Hicks Field here in the bottom half of the fourth. Another pitching change for the Redbirds. Alex Gianniscoli onto the mound now for Norfolk. He's the fourth pitcher of the night used by the Redbirds. And we've got a sub now for the Steamers. Houston Wright will get his first at bat of the night. Case Kermode had been hitting in the designated hitter spot through the first few innings. He walked and reached on an error in his 2 plate appearances. Now it's Wright coming in to pinch hit for the 3rd straight game. He'll leave the first pitch up and away for a ball, 1-0. To Wright, he'll swing in line. That one on a couple hops back through the middle for a base hit. Houston Wright's aboard with a leadoff single to begin the 4th. It's a good sign for Wright, who's been putting a lot of work in the last couple of days trying to find his swing, and it all pays off right there. As Tyler West will now enter the game for the Steamers. He's batting for Jared Beebe, who walked and was hit by a pitch in his 2 plate appearances. First pitch to West inside for a ball, 1-0. Tyler West went 0 for 1 last night as a pinch hitter, as he did the last time these teams matched up. And he'll swing and send that one high out towards left center field. Going back towards the wall. That one is up, and it's up against the wall for West. Wright is around third. He's heading home. West is turning the corner from second, going for third. He is sliding, and he is safe. And the ball goes out of play, and Tyler West, a Little League home run. It's a triple for West, and then the error brings him home. Oh, what a good sign for Tyler West. It's his 2nd hit of the season. His first run batted in as Wright came all the way from first, and it's now 11-0 Steamers. The 2 pinch hitters getting the job done. Jackson Hipp now up to the plate, the 3rd consecutive pinch hitter. Hipp now stepping in for Hunter Cole, who is out in left field today. That one inside on Hipp. Count moves to 2-0. Hipp, just like Wright, had been a staple in the Steamers lineup through the first 8 or 9 games before getting a couple of games off. Hipp fouls that one straight back to 2-1 count. The Steamers, after struggling to score, putting up just 2 combined runs in 2 games here at historic Hicks Field on Tuesday and Wednesday, have now combined to put up 26 over the last 2 nights. 15 last night at Lakewood Park and 11 here at historic Hicks Field. 2-1 to Hipp, comes across for a called strike. It's 2-2. Funny part about tonight, the Steamers only have 4 hits on those 11 runs. 2 of those hits came in this inning. Gianniscoli's ready. His pitch is swung on and missed. It's a strikeout of Jackson Hipp for out number 1 here in the 4th. Fourth batter of the inning, 4th pinch hitter of the inning, as Nate Paulson now comes into the game for Adam Fine. Getting everybody some action in an 11-0 game. That one's up high to Paulson for a ball, 1-0. Pitch is in the dirt for a ball, 2-0 to Paulson. Paulson comes into tonight hitting .212, had been the starting center fielder for most of the season so far for Edenton before Fine got the start tonight. 2-0 is popped up behind home plate. It will drift out of play. The count will move to 2-1. Nate Paulson went 0 for 3 last night with a strikeout before he was pinch hit for by Fine, and the last time these teams matched up, he went 1 for 4. He waits on it. It comes across for a called strike. 2-2 to Paulson. John Ascoli, he pitched the last time these teams met. He went 1 inning, allowed no runs. Paulson lines that one down the left field line. That is a fair ball. He's around first, heading for second. It's brought in by Bannon, and the throw goes to second, and Paulson has to retreat to first. A nice job by Bannon getting over to that line and getting it back in. It's a 2-out single for Nate Paulson. And that'll bring Bryce Stevens up to the plate. Not quite a pinch hitter. He was in as a defensive replacement, but it is the 5th consecutive hitter making his first at-bat of the night. As Bryce Stevens enters for Chase Bruno. That one's up for a ball on Stevens. Bruno did continue his hitting streak with a single back in the first. He's got a hit in every game this season. Stevens takes a called strike, 1-1 the count. Stevens, not many offensive appearances as of late, has pitched a few times on the mound as he fouls that one straight back to make it a 1-2 count. Last time these teams played, Bryce Stevens came in to pinch hit for Houston Wright. He went 1 for 2 into at-bats as a pinch hitter. Off and running is Paulson. Ball's outside. Throw down to second. Not in time. Nate Paulson swipes a bag. It's the second stolen base of the season for Nate Paulson, and he puts himself in scoring position with just 1 out for Stevens. Stevens at the plate. Paulson down at second with Self shading behind him. Two-two pitch. Swung on foul, back by Stevens. We'll do it again at 2-2. Bryce Stevens, just his 8th appearance as a hitter. He's pitched in a couple of games. He's started twice for the Steamers. He's gone 9 innings, allowed 4 runs in those starts on the mound. Looking to get some more consistent action at the plate where he's hitting just 182. An opportunity with runner in scoring position here. That one's outside, and it gets past Zarnowski. Paulson will move over to third. Full count now to Stevens with Nate Paulson just 90 feet away. Stevens has knocked in 3 runs this season. He's got an opportunity here with Paulson over at third. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on, hit high out towards right field. Moving in is Simpson. He'll make the running catch, tagging from third. Oh, it's dropped by Simpson in right field. Paulson comes in to score. Throw goes to second where Stevens slides in head first. It was dropped out in right field. And Stevens just kept running. Nate Paulson comes in to score from third. That extends the lead. It is 12-0 Edenton. That'll bring Tanner Thatch up to the plate with 1 out here in the 4th. The Steamers have added on 3 more in the inning. Thatch leaves that one up and away for a ball. 1-0 the count. Thatch is 1 for 3 so far today, after going 5 for 6 last night at Lakewood Park. And Gianniscoli will turn around, no one to throw to down at second, but he draws Stevens back to the bag. A part of that 5 for 6 night for Thatch was a 3-run bomb out to right field. Really capped off his career night. 1-0 pitch on the inside corner for a called strike. 1-1 to Thatch. Thatch, one of 2 steamers that just graduated high school a couple of weeks ago out of Perquimans High School. Named the 1A State Player of the Year. 1-1 pitch, he'll foul that one back. Count moves to 1-2. If you're just joining us, the game was into the 4th inning before we had an hour and 38-minute rain delay. The Steamers were ahead 9-0. A bit of lightning, a bit of rain in the area, but it eventually passed, and the team wanted to get this game done. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Second strikeout of the inning for Gianniscoli, and it's the second out here in the 4th. Another piece of importance of getting this game done is these teams don't play again until late July. So if you're thinking about making it up as a part of a doubleheader or maybe even a similar off day, it would have been a bit troubling to schedule unless the Steamers were to go out to Lakewood Park and play one game as the home team. But this will get rid of any confusion if they can finish this one off tonight. Just a 7-inning game the rest of the way here at Historic Hicks Field. That one's in the dirt to Jeremiah Boyd, who's up for the 4th time tonight. Boyd's 0 for 2. He walked back in his first at bat. Part of a first inning that featured 6 Steamers walks and 1 hit by pitch. They've added on 3 more runs here in the 4th to extend the lead to 12. Boyd takes that one up high, 2-0. Boyd named the Steamer of the Week this morning. I talked with him this afternoon. You can find that out on Twitter and Instagram and YouTube. Boyd loving the Edenton experience in his first summer. So that one's in there for a called strike, 2-1. I asked him about getting into a rhythm, being that he and Case Kermode swap every other game. He said he's used to it by now, and summer ball and just being a catcher, you always got to be ready, and it makes sense that him and Kermode playing every other day with the Steamers in their second straight stretch of 5 straight games in 5 days. Is taking off from second is Stevens. That one's hit high out to left field, and that ball is gone. The second home run of the season for Jeremiah Boyd extends the Steamers' lead. It is 14-0. Boyd, the first Steamer with multiple home runs this season. He's also got both Steamer home runs here at Historic Hicks Field. Both of them have gone over the Teal Monster out there and left. The Steamers have put a 5 spot up here in the 4th. Jeremiah Boyd puts the 6th hit of the game up for the Clams, who are now within 1 run of touching their season high of 15 runs scored last night. Tate Abbott up to the plate now for the Clams. He's ahead 1-0. Abbott knocked in the first run of this game back in the first with an RBI ground out. He'll swing and line that one out towards left field. Moving over is Bannon, and he'll make the catch. The Steamers add 5 more in the bottom of the 4th. We'll head to the 5th. It is a 2-touchdown lead for the Steamers here at Historic Hicks Field. The Edenton Steamers are the greatest show in town. How can we make that any better? Throw in some fireworks. The Steamers have 2 fireworks shows scheduled for the rest of the summer. You can catch these shows on Saturday, July 2nd and Saturday, July 30th. Mark your calendars and we will see you at the ballpark. Just a couple of weeks away from that next fireworks show, Saturday, July 2nd. Brady Kenter up to the plate to lead things off for the Redbirds here in the 5th. The Steamers out ahead by 14. Chris Morris back out on the mound for his second inning of work. His first pitch taken for a called strike, 0-1 the count to Kenter. Kenter singled his first time up. He's 1 for 2 tonight. He'll swing and miss at that one. Count moves to 0-2. Morris from the windup, the 0-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. Strikeout number 3 for Morris, and it's the first out here in the 5th. That'll bring Zach Zarnowski up to the plate. Zarnowski 0 for 1 tonight. He did reach on a walk back in the first. The Redbirds had 3 walks in that inning, including a single, and they got no runs out of it against Michael Allen. First pitch is just outside for a ball. 1-0 the count to Zarnowski. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. Count evens up at 1-1. Zarnowski did not play the last time these teams matched up. He's still looking for his first hit against the Steamers this season. The 1-1 is swung on and missed. 1-2. Chris Morris really mixing up his delivery. Sort of quick pitched Kenter on his third strike and hangs at the top of his windup there for strike 2 against Zarnowski. Now he'll go quick again, and that one's in the dirt for a ball. 2-2. Morris in for his second inning of work for Michael Allen, who started the game and went 3 innings, struck out 4, allowed no runs. Swing and a miss. He got him. Strikeout number 4 for Morris. It's the 3rd consecutive batter he struck out tonight. And there's 2 outs here in the 5th. We're just about the rest of the way. We'll see how long Morris goes. Remember, it's just a 7-inning game from now on. See if Morris can go the final 4. He's trying to wrap up his second inning here in the 5th. That one's fouled straight back by Justin Lakos, who's up for the 3rd time. He's reached in both of his prior plate appearances. He walked and was hit by a pitch in his second at-bat. 0-1 pitch is taken for a called strike. Count moves to 0-2. Morris has struck out 3 consecutive batters. The 0-2 pitch just fouled off by Lakos. He'll stay alive and keep the count at 0-2. Lakos a bit more success tonight compared to Tuesday when these teams matched up. He went 0 for 4, struck out a pair of times that night. He's already been aboard twice here at Historic Kicks Field. The 0-2 pitch swung on, fouled off again. Nice job by Lakos staying alive. Steamers and the Redbirds have split their matchups this season. They're 1-1 with the road team winning each time. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. The 4th consecutive strikeout for Chris Morris. He strikes out the side in the 5th. We'll head to the bottom half. The Steamers will be back up to the plate, ahead 14-0. Hello and welcome back to Historic Hicks Field as Davis Halstead leads things off here in the fifth. His chopper over to third, throw across, brings Zarnowski off the bag, and Halstead legs it out. An infield hit for Davis Halstead in his first at-bat of the night. He came in for Alden Cottle at second base. Infield hit for Halstead, his second of the season after he had a two-run homer last night for hit number one. Houston Wright up to the plate. Nobody out here in the fifth, and he came into pinch hit for Case Kermode in the last inning. He singled in that at-bat. Wright's got Halstead down at first. Giannis Scully's pitch. Outside, it gets all the way away. It goes to the backstop, takes a nice bounce back, but Halstead is into second head first. That one got by Trevor Self, who's now behind the plate. And walking in, knowing the Redbirds had only 10 players, I went over to get the lineup before the game from head coach Chris Todolo. And he asked Self, who was walking into the dugout, what else can you play other than catcher? As Wright sends that one into center field, that'll drop for a base hit. They're going to hold Halstead at third. It's the second hit of the night for Houston Wright. And the Steamers have two aboard with nobody out here in the fifth. As Tyler West will come up to the plate. To wrap up that Self story, Self said, I can play second, coach. And head coach said, are you sure about that? And they shared a laugh, and he ended up getting the start at second base as Zach Zarnowski started behind the plate. And now Trevor Self is the catcher as Zarnowski moves over to first. A lot of rotations for this Redbirds team as West swings and misses at the first pitch. He's down 0-1. Tyler West came into pinch hit for Jared Beebe. He sent a triple off the left field wall and then an errant throw that went out of play, sent him home. Bit of a Little League home run for Tyler West. He's got runners at the corners, nobody out, down in the count 0-1 to Giannis Scully. He'll check on Wright over at first, who's back in head first. It's good to see Tyler West with a big hit here tonight. Hit .333 at Chowan University. Only had one hit coming into tonight, and it was an infield hit. Finally sends one out to the outfield. He'll chop that one foul on the third base side. Count moves to 0-2. Tyler West, one of two players from Chowan University with the Steamers this season. Nicky Wolking, who got the start and went 7 innings last night at Lakewood Park, the other. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Inside to West. He thought about it. Now he'll come home. Halstead scores the 15th run of the night for the Steamers as Wright moves into second. And the Steamers have now matched their season high in runs that they set last night. It's 15 runs in back-to-back games. Once again, they scored just 2 combined runs on Tuesday and Wednesday here at home, and they followed that up with a pair of offensive explosions. West looking to add on with a runner out in scoring position. Still nobody out here in the fifth. 1-2 pitch. Outside for a ball, 2-2. 9 runs in the first, 5 in the fourth. Steamers have added another here in the fifth. Gianna Scully, the fourth pitcher of the night for the Redbirds. A long stare in, the 2-2. West swings and misses on a ball in the dirt. He's out. It's his first strikeout of the night. And there's one out here in the fifth. And that'll bring Jackson Hip up to the plate. He came in to pinch hit for Hunter Cole, who had a pair of plate appearances. Hip struck out in his only plate appearance back in the fourth. First pitch to Hip. He'll swing and foul it straight back. 0-1 the count. Jackson Hip had gotten the start out in right field for about 8 or 9 games before he got some nights off here. As of late, Tanner Thatch started out there tonight. Oh, 0-1 to Hip. Here's the pitch. Swings and fouls it straight back again. 0-2. Hip, last week's Steamer of the Week, and rightfully so. He started the opening homestand off with a game-winning hit in the 8th inning of the first 2 home games here at historic Hicks Field this summer. He's up here with Houston Wright down at second. 0-2 the count. The pitch. Down low for a ball. 1-2 the count. Hip, one of 12 returners to the Steamers this summer. Played in 21 games for the Clams in 2021. Hit .274, knocked in 21 runs. 1-2 pitch. Inside, 2-2 the count to Hip. He knocked in 21 runs back in 2021. He's knocked in 6 here in 2022. Good enough for second on the team, just behind Chase Bruno, who added 2 more RBIs to his total. He goes from 7 to 9. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Hip strikes out for the second time tonight. That'll bring Nate Paulson up to the plate with 2 down in the fifth. Paulson came in to pinch hit for Adam Fine, who walked a pair of times in his plate appearances. Even knocked in a run with technically a bases-loaded walk. And Paulson came in and singled in his only at-bat. He'll swing and miss at the first pitch he sees. He's down in the count 0-1. Outside for a ball. 1-1 the count to Paulson. One pitch. Swung on, hit hard over to third, off the glove of Hughes over there. No throw to first. Paulson's into first. He reaches on an error. Wright moves into third. The Steamers have runners at the corners. They're back to the top of the order. It's Bryce Stevens up to the plate. That is error number 5 on the Redbirds defense tonight. Stevens lets that one come across low for a ball, 1-0. Anytime your number of errors is more than doubling your hit total, it's usually not a great night. 5 errors for the Redbirds, just 2 hits. Bryce Stevens reached on one of those errors in his only at bat. That throw goes back to first. It's picked off nicely by Zarnowski, as Paulson's back in safely. It's Houston Wright down at third. And Nate Paulson over at first for Bryce Stevens. The 1-0 pitch. Up high for a ball, 2-0. Bryce Stevens, once again, was 1 for 2 the last time these teams matched up. That was as a pinch hitter. He's in as pinch hitter again here against the Redbirds. 2-0 pitch topped high over towards third. That is a foul ball as it was retrieved on the line by Hughes. 2-1 the count now to Stevens. Stevens stuffed the stat sheet at Enterprise State Community College. Hit .354 in 43 games, knocked in 23 runs. He also pitched in 7 games there. He's a two-way player here with the Clams as well. 2-1 is across for a called strike. 2-2 the count to Stevens. Sarnowski over at first, holding on Paulson. The rest of the Redbirds infield back at the outfield grass as they'll check on Paulson again. He's back in standing. Paulson's off and running. The pitch is up high. Throw down to second. He's safe. Ball goes into center field. Wright will come home to score. Paulson now moves to third. And the Steamers have a new season high in runs. They now lead 16-0. Self out to talk with Giannis Scully on the mound, and now Dottolo, the head coach, will go out there to talk as well. The Redbirds are already on their 4th pitcher of the night, as Bryce Stevens is at the plate in a full count, with Nate Paulson down at third, and now the whole infield will come in for this meeting. There is a man warming up in the pen for the Redbirds. Remember, this is just a 7-inning game, and assuming a 16-0 lead is safe, we just have to get through the top of the 7th here at Historic Hicks Field. Had an hour and 38-minute rain delay right at the top of the 4th inning. The Steamers were ahead 9-0 at the time. They've added on 7 runs since, a 5-run 4th, and now 2 more here in the 5th. 3-2 pitch. Swung on, grounded over to second. Stays down on it, throw to first in time to retire the side. The Steamers add another pair and go ahead 16-0 as we'll head to the 6th here at Historic Hicks Field. Hello and welcome back to Historic Hicks Field as we're set to begin the top half of the 6th. The Steamers out ahead 16-0. as Jackson Hughes will lead things off for the Redbirds. Chris Morris back out on the mound for his third inning of work. That pitch is swung on and missed. Count evens up at 1-1. Morris has struck out 4 consecutive batters. 1-1 is down low, 2-1 the count. He mixed up his speed, the speed of his delivery on almost every pitch to each batter. That one is swung on and missed for strike 2. Morris struck out 1 to end the 4th. He struck out the side in the 5th. He's got a 2-2 count here to begin the 6th. Swung on, hit high out towards left field, moving over his hip. He's into the gap, and he'll make the catch. We're out number 1. Well, we had a packed house here earlier before the weather delay. Without a number, it looked like our second largest attendance of the season before most headed out in the 4th, but still a lot of people still here considering it was nearly a 2-hour delay. That one's fouled back by Blazer, 0-1. Blazer walked back in his second at bat, the first batter that Morris faced tonight. Counts even up at 1-1. The Steamers, no movement down in the bullpen. It'll probably be Morris's game to take the final 4 innings after Michael Allen went the first 3. 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1-2 the count. Now to Blazer. Blazer started this game on the mound for the Redbirds. He moved over to first, and now he's moved out to right. Every pitching change has featured a couple of defensive switches for Norfolk. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Outside, count evens up 2-2. Two-two pitch up high. Count fills up at 3-2 to Blazer. Blazer grounded out his first time up, walked in his last at bat. He's only had 2 at bats coming into today. He was 2 for 2. That one's in the dirt, ball 4. Blazer reaches for the second time tonight. It's his second walk. It's the second walk for Morris. And that puts a runner down at first with just 1 out for the Redbirds. Blazer over at first as Trevor Self steps into the box. First pitch is up and in for a ball, 1-0. Pitch in there for a called strike, 1-1. Self is 0 for 2 tonight. He struck out looking and flew out in his last at bat. Morris takes a peek over at Blazer. From the stretch. Up high for a ball, 2-1. Morris came into tonight with the second highest strikeout per 9 inning ratio at 20.45. That one's down low. 3-1 now, the count to Self. Still just 2 hits tonight for the Redbirds. They've drawn 6 walks, so they've had guys on base still unable to bring everyone around as their strike 2 called. Speaking of walks, the Steamers have tied a season high with 8 walks of their own tonight. They've done that twice before this game. So that one is swung on, hit high, foul territory, first base side. Abbott moves back. It'll drop before it gets to the Redbirds bullpen. It dropped in between Thatch and Abbott. Steamers also a season high 16 runs after putting a previous season high 15 on the board last night against the Voyagers. It all started with a first inning that featured 6 walks, 1 hit by pitch, a pair of hits, an error, and it all resulted in 9 Steamers runs that kind of set the table for this whole ball game. The Steamers have tacked on 7 since that first inning. Three and two the count to Self. The pitch. Just missed. A full count walk drawn by Trevor Self. It's back-to-back walks for the Redbirds. The third walk of the night for Chris Morris. That'll bring Sparky Bannon up to the plate with 2 aboard and just 1 out here in the 6th. Bannon's 0 for 2 tonight. That one's taken for a called strike, 0-1. The Redbirds have not been shut out this season. Their season low in runs is 1, but they scored in an 11-1 loss to Virginia Beach. That one is swung on and missed by Bannon, 0-2. They've scored at least 4 runs in all but that 1-run game. And a swing and a miss. He got him. Strikeout number 6 for Chris Morris. And it makes it 2 outs here in the 6th. The Redbirds gave the Steamers their only shutout of the season. Now the Steamers trying to return the favor on the Redbirds and hold them scoreless in what would be a 7-inning game. This game, after the hour and 38-minute weather delay, only going to go 7 tonight. So that one's in for a called strike to Alex Gianniscoli up to the plate. Swung on, fouled. First base side, Thatch roaming towards the Redbirds bullpen. That's where it'll drop. Count moves to 0-2. Gianniscoli's only appeared as a pitcher this season. He's pitched 6 innings. This is his first plate appearance. Morris ahead in the count, 0-2. 2 on for the Redbirds. The pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Strikeout number 7 for Chris Morris. Wraps up the top of the 6th as the Redbirds strand 2 on the bases. We'll head to the bottom half. The Steamers out ahead 16-0. Every year, the Steamers are proud to have the opportunity to raise money for the Jim Catfish Hunter ALS Foundation. On Saturday, July 16th, the Steamers will wear special themed jerseys that'll be auctioned off during the game. Proceeds will go towards the fight to strike out ALS. Catfish Hunter is a Major League Baseball Hall of Fame pitcher that lived just a short distance from historic Hicks Field and was even a host family for the Steamers organization in its inaugural year. Unfortunately, he lost his battle with ALS over 20 years ago. The Steamers will continue to carry on his legacy and do their part to strike out ALS. We thank you for your support of this great cause. Is your kid a fan of the Clam? Why not sign him up for the Steamers Kids Club, presented by Weatherly Insurance? Membership is free for all kids ages 12 and under. They receive 4 free tickets, a club t-shirt, a discount to baseball camp, and an invitation to an exclusive meet and greet event with the players. You can visit EdentonSteamers.com and download a registration form today. The Steamers are excited to announce a newfound partnership with the Boys and Girls Clubs of the Albemarle. This season will mark our first annual jersey fundraiser for the organization. To coincide with our Chowan County Cantaloupes moniker, we'll be wearing special themed jerseys on all home Tuesdays at historic Hicks Field. At our final home Tuesday on July 19th, we'll be auctioning off the Cantaloupes jerseys. All proceeds will go towards the summer programs that benefit the kids of the Boys and Girls Clubs of the Albemarle. We would like to extend a huge thank you to RC Theaters Albemarle Movies 8 for their sponsorship and support of the Boys and Girls Club. Thank you for your support of this great cause. Hello and welcome back to historic Hicks Field here for the bottom half of the 6th. The Norfolk Redbirds have now subbed in their 5th different pitcher of the night. It'll be Bradshaw Morrison coming to the mound. He pitched the last time these teams met up. He threw a scoreless inning. Hasn't had much success in his other 3 appearances. In just over 2 innings pitched in those 3 games, he's allowed 9 runs. He's walked 8. Tanner Thatch will lead things off for the Steamers in what should be their final at-bat of the night. It'll be Thatch, Boyd, and Abbott due up here in the 6th. Once again, it's just a 7-inning game tonight after the hour and 38-minute weather delay. Morrison's ready. First pitch. Thatch takes for a ball, 1-0. Morrison in for Alex Gianniscoli, who went a pair of innings, allowed 6 hits, 7 runs, but only 2 were earned, and he struck out 4. Thatch fouls that one off the hand straight back, 1-1. 5 unearned runs against Alex Gianniscoli. Once again, the Redbirds, 5 errors in this one compared to just 2 hits. Morrison in for his 5th appearance of the season, his 2nd against the Steamers. That one's inside to Thatch. Count moves to 2-1. Thatch following his 5 for 6 night at Lakewood Park. He's 1 for 4 tonight. The 2-1 pitch. He waits on it, sends it to the right side. Off of Zarnowski, it bounces to second, and Thatch beats it out to first. It's error number 6 for the Redbirds as Jeremiah Boyd will come up to the plate. The 2nd time Thatch has reached on an error tonight. Boyd up to the plate, hit a 2-run home run his last time up. The first Steamer with multiple home runs this season. Boyd takes up high for a ball, 1-0. Jeremiah Boyd named this week's Steamer of the Week. He's hitting over 450, had 3 extra base hits, knocked in some runs, including that first home run he had back against the Voyagers in a 6-1 win. The 1-0 pitch. Taken for a ball, 2-0. And we've seen some struggles after being named Steamer of the Week. Not to say there's a curse, but just not as efficient hitting. And Jeremiah Boyd told me that that was not going to affect him. And his home run tonight proves him right for the time being. Two 2-0 the count to Boyd. Pitch. Takes it in the dirt, 3-0. He walked back in his first at-bat, homered in his last at-bat. Jeremiah Boyd comes into tonight hitting .364. Just one of 3 Steamers hitting above that 300 mark. With Bruno hitting .404 and Tanner Thatch .476. 3-0 pitch. Boyd taken all the way. It's a called strike, 3-1 the count. Boyd, one of the few starters that's remained in tonight. The Steamers have made 6 changes so far. 3-1 pitch. He'll send that third base side foul on the ground. Count builds up at 3-2. Tanner Thatch over at first. He reached on an error to lead off this inning. As Jeremiah Boyd's up to the plate against Bradshaw Morrison, the 5th pitcher of the night for the Redbirds. Three-two pitch. Swung on, grounded left side, through the hole for a base hit. It's the 2nd hit of the night for Jeremiah Boyd, the 3rd time he's reached. And the Steamers have runners at first and second, nobody out here in the 6th. Gage Riddick will now come up to the plate. Hitting for Tate Abbott. This is Riddick's first at-bat of the season. Now, he's only pitched so far. He came in last season as a two-way guy. He actually played 1 game in the field before an injury ended his summer early. He'll take that one up high for a ball, 1-0 to Riddick. At Eastern Mennonite University, Riddick was a two-way guy. He hit .239 in 30 games. Knocked in 10 runs. He's got 2 runners on base here in the 6th. Riddick will take that one up high, 2-0. He's made 4 appearances as a pitcher this season. Pitching a tad over 6 innings. And his first at bat as a Steamer in 2022. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss from Riddick. 2-1 the count. First 2 runners for the Clams reached here in the 6th. Thatch reached on an error. He's at second, and Boyd singled, and he's at first. 2-1 to Riddick. He swings and misses at that one. 2-2 the count. Gage Riddick, we last saw him throw an inning and a third against Tarboro. That was the last time he appeared in a game. 2-2 pitch. Riddick takes for a called strike 3 for out number 1 here in the 6th. Davis Halstead will come up to the plate. He singled in his only at-bat tonight. He came in to hit for Alden Cottle. Halstead over at second base, the first time he's played in the infield this season. First pitch, he swings and misses 0-1. Halstead had a big swing last night at Lakewood Park. His first hit as a Steamer was a 2-run home run. And he added his second hit tonight. trying to heat up, this is the perfect time to do it. He'll swing at the 0-1. Foul it off to the right side and out of play. 0-2 the count to Halstead. Halstead taking his time getting back into the box against Bradshaw Morrison. He's allowed just one hit and struck out one in his first inning of relief. Here comes the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Got Halstead with the off speed. And that's out number 2 here in the 6th. Back-to-back strikeouts for Morrison. That'll bring Houston right up to the plate. A pair of hits. He came in to pinch hit for Case Kermode. And he's had a real efficient night. A pair of singles. Has a chance for hit number 3 here. Pitch is outside. 1-0 the count to right. Wright came into tonight with 7 hits, hitting 184. We're going to bump that average up after a couple of at-bats. 1-0 pitch in the dirt for a ball, 2-0 to Wright. Wright spent some extra time in the cage yesterday afternoon. It seems to have paid off so far tonight. 2-0 pitch. Wright out in front of that one, swings and misses. Count moves to 2-1. Wright, one of now 7 pinch hitters into the game for the Steamers tonight, with Gage Riddick making himself the 7th. That one's in there for a called strike. 2-2 now the count to Wright. It's Tanner Thatch down at second, who reached on an error. Jeremiah Boyd at first, who singled. Right at the plate, 2 outs. The pitch, swung on, hit out towards left field, tailing towards the line. Bannon moving over, and he makes a diving catch. Sparky Bannon leaping over the left field line with his left hand outstretched to make the grab. Retires the side here in the 6th. We'll head to the 7th here at historic Hicks Field. A 16-0 Steamers lead. Are you having computer problems, a virus, spyware trouble? Call Edenton IT Computer Repair at 252-573-4591. Drop it at the shop or they'll come to you. They can solve a ton of problems: virus and malware removal, backup and restore, wireless networks, data recovery, computer upgrades and repair, and so much more. Call Edenton IT Computer Repair, located in downtown Edenton. Give them a call at 252-573-4591. Edenton IT Computer Repair. Welcome back to historic Hicks Field as we begin the top half of the 7th. Remember, just a 7-inning game here tonight after the hour and 38-minute weather delay. Travis Hamrick into the game to finish things off for the Clams. He'll relieve Chris Morris, who went 3 innings in relief of Michael Allen, who started and went 3 innings. Each only allowed 1 hit apiece. They combined to strike out 11. Back to the top of the order for the Redbirds as Aiden Feathers up to the plate to face Travis Hamrick. It's Hamrick's 3rd appearance of the season. He's pitched 1 1/3 innings, given up a few runs. Looking to work through the 9th and complete the shutout for the Steamer staff as the first pitch is lined out into left. It'll drop for a base hit for Aiden Feather. The second time he's reached tonight. It's his first hit of the evening. The leadoff man is aboard now for the Redbirds here in the 7th. They're down to their final half inning, trailing by 16. Brady Kenner will come up to the plate. First pitch to Kenner's in there for a called strike, 0-1. Hamrick out of high school, committed to the University of North Carolina. An injury derailed his time there. He's now at Catawba Valley Community College, where he redshirted this past season. His second pitch is up high for a ball, 1-1. It's his 3rd appearance of the season for the Clams, still looking for his first scoreless appearance. The 1-1 pitch, up high for a ball, 2-1. Hamrick plays over at Catawba Valley, as I mentioned, for former Steamers head coach Marshall McDonald, who's at the field here tonight. He's been here the last couple of home games. That one's up high again to Kenter. He's ahead in the count, 3-1. That hit from Feather to lead off the inning was just the 3rd of the game for the Redbirds. They've doubled their hit total with 6 errors. As that pitch is across for a called strike from Hamrick, 3-2 the count. Kenter's moved all around tonight. He started out in center field. He moved into pitch. As many Redbirds have moved all over the place in this game. That one's outside, ball 4. The 2 leadoff hitters aboard for the Redbirds here in the 6th. A hit and a walk puts runners at first and second with nobody out. It's the Steamers pitching staff searching for their first shutout of the season. Albeit it would be in a 7-inning game. That'll bring Zach Zarnowski to the plate. First pitch is in there for a called strike, 0-1. Zarnowski 0 for 2 tonight. He struck out a pair of times. Down low, 1-1 the count. We saw a bit of this at Lakewood Park from Hamrick. Just working a little bit outside of the zone. The last time these teams met at Lakewood Park. 1-1 pitch comes across for a called strike, 1-2. Hamrick walked 3 and hit a batter in that appearance. For the Steamers eventually went on to win 7-4. He's in here to try and wrap up tonight. That one is popped down the first base line. Shallow right field. Abbott moving back. He's under it. Or it's Gage Riddick over there at first. First out here in the 7th. A pop out from Zarnowski. The first out here in the 7th as Justin Lakos will come up to the plate. Lakos has reached twice, still looking for his first hit. That one's inside, nearly got him. Count is 1-0. Lakos has already been hit by 1 pitch tonight. He also walked back in his first at bat. Hamrick will step off This feather is getting a bit far off second. It's Davis Halstead down there near the bag. That pitch is outside. It gets by Jeremiah Boyd to the backstop, and he'll hold as the two runners advance. 2-0 the count. Now to Justin Lakos. Came into tonight just 2 for 16. He's reached a pair tonight, still without that third hit, still without his first hit against the Steamers. Batting cleanup, playing over at short tonight for Norfolk. 2-0 the count as Hamrick tries to work through another batter here in the 7th. Steamers ahead 16-0. That one is swung on, grounded left side, through the hole. It'll go in for a base hit. 1 run will score. It's an RBI single for Justin Lakos, the 3rd time he's reached tonight. And the Redbirds are on the board. It is now 16-1. Kenter moves over to 3rd, so now it's runners at the corners for Jackson Hughes. This will be the 5th batter Hamrick's faced in the inning. That one's in there for a called strike, 0-1 to Hughes. Hughes still looking for his first time on base tonight. He's 0 for 3. He struck out, grounded out, and flew out. A 1 pitch up high over his head, 1-1 the count. Jackson Hughes started this game over at first, then moved over to 3rd defensively. The 1-1 pitch up over, this time it was right over his head. Count moves to 2-1. Last one was over his head in height, but over the middle. That time it was actually right over him. Hughes had a pair of hits the last time these teams matched up. Still looking to reach for the first time today. 2-1 pitch is taken for a ball. 3-1 the count. That one's in the dirt, ball 4. It's the 2nd walk of the inning issued by Hamrick. And the bases are now loaded for the Redbirds. Steamers still ahead by 15. No one down there in the bullpen. As Dylan Blazer will come up to the plate. Way back at 7 o'clock started this game as the pitcher. His first pitch is outside. 1-0 the count. Blazers reached twice tonight on a pair of walks. Grounded out his first time up. He'll take that one for a called strike. 1-1. Hamrick's ready, the 1-1. Swung on, hit back towards the middle, and it's through for a base hit. 1 run comes home. And they'll send Lakos around 3rd. He'll come in to score as well. It's a 2-run single for Dylan Blazer. And he makes it a 16-3 ball game. Jackson Hughes moves into 2nd and Blazer over at 1st. Trevor Self up to the plate. That one's in there for a called strike, 0-1. The Redbirds showing a bit of fight here in the final inning. Just a 7-inning game after the rain delay. They've cut a 16-run lead to 13. That one's outside for a ball, 1-1. himself without a hit tonight. He's 0 for 2. He walked in his last at bat. The 1-1. Up high for a ball. 2-1 the count. The Redbirds just 10 players tonight. That's the reasoning for all the rotations at every pitching change defensively. That one's fouled straight back. 2-2 the count. Still just one out here in the 8th. As Travis Hamrick tries to bring the Steamers home. 3 hits and a walk for the Redbirds in this 7th inning. Three hits and a pair of walks. 2-2 the count. That one's up high, 3-2. Trevor Self started this game out at second, although he's primarily a catcher, has eventually moved behind the plate. 3-2 pitch, just missed, ball 4. It's the 3rd walk of the inning. And the bases are now loaded for the Redbirds. Sparky Bannon up to the plate. The only remaining Redbird that has not reached base tonight. He's 0 for 3 with a pair of strikeouts. Bannon leaves that one in the dirt for a ball, 1-0. A long stare in from Travis Hamrick, who's now facing his 8th batter of the inning. That one's in there for a called strike, 1-1. Steamers led this game by 16 coming into the 7th. Hamrick's 1-1 is swung on, hit back towards the middle. It's through for a base hit. 1 run comes home. Coming around third is Blazer, and he'll actually retreat to third. It's an RBI single for Sparky Bannon, his first hit of the night. And it's now 16-4 Steamers. Now it'll be the pitcher Bradshaw Morrison up to the plate with the bases loaded and just 1 out here in the 7th. Leave that one inside for a ball, 1-0. It's a big swipe of dirt in his right hand. Morrison swings and fouls it back. He makes contact. Some sarcastic cheers from his dugout. Morrison, not a hitter. Has pitched in 4 games this season, but did not swing a bat in high school, did not swing a bat here. That one's in for a called strike, and it's only 1-2, and he starts to walk off. He thought it was strike 3. You can tell he's a little new to this hitting thing. In his first at bat of the night. The 1-2 pitch. Swung, he made contact, fouls it off again. Nods his head to the dugout. Four hits and 3 walks in this inning for the Redbirds. This is the 9th hitter of the inning. Hamrick's ready. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Just missed for a ball, 2-2. A nice at bat here from Morrison. Spent all this time up here. We might as well give him credit for being a regional finalist in shot put in high school. That one's up over his head. 3-2 the count to Morrison. He also ran track in high school. He played with the Peninsula Co-Pilots in 2017 to 2020. He's made it worth his time to be up there. 3-2 pitch. Down the middle, a called strike 3. The first strikeout for Travis Hamrick. And it's the second out here in the 7th. That one gets by Boyd. The runners all hold. The count's 1-0. Back to the top of the order, Aiden Feather at the plate. He led this inning off with a single. Eventually came around to score. One of 4 hits in the inning for the Redbirds. They're now up to 6 hits. They've equaled their error mark at 6. The 1-0 from Hamrick. Swing and a miss. 1-1. Dylan Blazer over at third, who had a 2-run single. Trevor Self at second, who walked. And Sparky Bannon over at first, who also knocked in a run with a single. Swing and a miss there from Feather. 1-2 the count. The Redbirds down to their final strike here in the 7th. Hamrick's ready. Pitch. Down in the dirt, 2-2. That one's down low. Count fills up, 3-2. Hamrick takes his time getting onto the mound. Bases loaded for the Redbirds. The runners will be off on the pitch. 3-2, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Swung on, fouled back. We'll do it again at 3-2. Feather, he singled in this inning, but he's 1 for 3 tonight. He's struck out twice. He reached with a walk back in the first inning to lead off the game. Back 4.5 hours ago. The pitch. Inside, ball 4. Aiden Feather walks in a run. It's now 6-5. 16-5, pardon me. A much different score. It's now the 5th run of the inning here for the Redbirds, and that's going to do it for Travis Hamrick. Hamrick comes in the 7th, and we'll have a new pitcher in for the Steamers. It's a 16-5 game. Bases are loaded for the Redbirds. We'll be right back after a short break. Hello and welcome back to Historic Kicks Field here in the top half of the seventh. Just a 7-inning game here tonight against the Edenton Steamers and the Norfolk Redbirds. Gavin Mangus into the game now for the Steamers, the fourth pitcher used tonight. Bases are loaded for the Redbirds. They've put 5 up here in the seventh already. What was at one point a 16-0 Steamer lead. Pitch. Swung on, grounded over to second. Halstead moves in, his flip to second in time. One pitch, and Gavin Mangus ends the game. The Steamers come out of the weather delay and hold on to a large lead to win it 16-5. The Steamers have won back-to-back games. They move to 8-4 overall, back above 500 in Premier Collegiate League play at 5-4. They improve to 4-3 now at home. That's going to do it for this edition of Steamers Baseball on the Edenton Steamers YouTube channel. Thank you so much for watching tonight. We'll be back tomorrow night for the 5th straight game in 5 days. We'll be here at Historic Kicks Field at 7 p.m.